The Castellammarese War was the climatic event that transformed Italian immigrant street gangs into the national crime syndicate. In a sense, its tale tells the familiar story of the American experience, where a first generation comes to the country as poor adults, trying to carve a place for themselves in society, while their children become Americanized and integrate deeply into the system. But for the Mafia, their system is organized crime, and the story of how a group of poor Italian immigrants created an immensely wealthy criminal empire was a 40-year process. Join us as we explore how the Italian-American Mafia came into being. But before we begin, please like this video, comment on it, and make sure you subscribe. To best understand the Castellammarese War, it's best to start at the beginning of the events which led up to it. The Italian-American Mafia found its initial roots in New Orleans during the late 19th century. During that time, a Sicilian immigrant named Giuseppe Morello passed through that southern city before settling in New York in 1892. He made his home in the East Harlem neighborhood, which was transforming into an Italian enclave. Morello would Americanize himself by choosing the name Peter over Giuseppe. He was born in Corleone, Sicily, and it's believed that unlike the millions of his countrymen who came to the United States in search of a better life, he was instead fleeing to avoid a murder charge. Morello had relatives that were in the Sicilian Mafia, though at this point in the 19th century, they were little more than a loosely organized group of bandits. But their sophistication was evolving. Morello had a deformed right hand, which earned him the nickname of the Clutch. If he had hoped to make an honest life with his second chance in America, his disability must have made it difficult to find legitimate work. He did try different business ventures, like farming, a factory, and a saloon, but all failed. I'm not a big fan of blaming outside circumstances as the reason for why a person chooses to become bad, but it did seem like crime was the only thing he was really good at. Perhaps it's because he had a unique personality that made him smart, cunning, ruthless, and cruel. Being born in 1867 meant that he was 25 when he crossed the ocean to avoid a stiff prison sentence. It also meant that he spent his life, up to this point, surrounded by the Mafia. His father died when he was 5 years old, and his mother remarried to a mafioso named Bernardo Terranova. This gave him a home education to the skills he would need to dominate the New York underworld, which he was going to create. After his first years of failure in the law-abiding world, his entire family crossed the ocean to join him. This included his wife, son, half-brothers and sisters, full sister, mother, and Mafia stepfather. By 1897, Morello and his three half-brothers formed a gang called the 107th Street Mob. This gang would grow into the Morello crime family during the first decade of the 20th century, and it would eventually splinter into 3 of the 5 families of New York. But before 1900, they were just one street gang in a city full of others. So how did Giuseppe Morello, a handicapped man who wasn't capable of making an honest living, able to dominate the world of violent thugs? He did it by being more creative and more vicious than them. Given that Morello fled to the United States to avoid a murder charge, it would be easy to assume that he had experienced killing his rivals before he crossed the ocean. And so, he had no problem with adapting the strategy to be more violent than his violent rivals. And while he might have been a failed businessman, he did understand the power of branding. The 107th Street Gang's signature move after committing a murder was to dismember and stuff the body in a barrel. Sometimes these barrels would be buried or dumped in the ocean, but other times they were put in public places so that those who knew the goings of the criminal world would know that Morello was behind this death. While Giuseppe Morello was busy becoming the dominant force in East Harlem, to the south of him in the Little Italy neighborhood, a local crime lord named Ignazio the Wolf Lupo was consolidating his power as well. In any other story, these two powerhouses would become rivals of each other, but instead they became allies, and then family, through the marriage of Morello's half-sister to Lupo. The marriage ended up joining Morello and Lupo's gangs together to form the Morello crime family, with Giuseppe on the top and his brother-in-law as his underboss. Prohibition was the era that started making the mobsters filthy rich, but in 1903, the Volstead Act was still 16 years into the future. So the Morello family created what would become traditional mafia rackets in order to make money. They engaged in gambling, stealing, running numbers, running protection rackets, and running prostitution rings. They also proved themselves to be more sophisticated than other criminal organizations, as they were the first to pioneer the concept of laundering money. They established various legitimate businesses where they washed their criminal revenues to make it appear as if it was legally earned. During the 1900s, Giuseppe Morello began to be considered the boss of bosses in the New York criminal underworld due to the power and wealth he amassed. As his stature grew, so did his gang. Morello controlled East Harlem through his half-brothers, the Terranovas. In downtown New York City, he ruled through Ignazio Lupo. In the Bronx, his captain Gaetano Rena ran the crime rackets, while in Brooklyn and Queens, another capo, Salvatore D'Aquilo, handled the day-to-day operations. Joe Masseria was another powerful member in the family at this time, and he was rising into a leadership position, though he would be arrested in 1913 for robbery and spent part of the decade in prison. With his power at its pinnacle, he entered into an alliance with the powerful Sicilian mafia boss, Don Vito Cassioferra, and his insatiable greed caused him to enter into a new criminal enterprise: counterfeit money. The operation they ran was simple. Counterfeit US dollars were created in Sicily, and they were then shipped to the United States for Morello to distribute. During this period, the FBI was at its infancy, and the federal government was much smaller than it is today. But there was one established part of the government with decades of investigating experience when it came to fake cash: the Secret Service. They were founded in 1865, and their original mission, which they still carry out today, was to combat the counterfeiting of money. It didn't take long for them to track the new influx of counterfeit bills to Morello and Lupo in Manhattan. Both were arrested and found guilty. Morello received a 25-year sentence, while Lupo was set to do a 35-year stretch. The boss of bosses was removed from the streets. In his place, his half-brother Nicholas Terranova assumed leadership. At this point, membership in the Morello family was open to only those with exclusive Sicilian descent, and other Italians were viewed as foreigners. In Brooklyn, another group of organized criminals from Naples were creating their own home. They were called the Camorra, and they became rivals to the Morello family. In 1915, a war broke out between both groups that was deadly and destructive to both sides. Leader Nicholas Terranova would be killed in the fighting. Control of the family passed to the remaining two Terranova brothers, and they did their best to survive. The war ended with a tip to law enforcement that took the Camorra leadership off the streets and into prison. The organization fell apart, and the remaining members integrated into the Mafia. But the Morello family victory was short-lived. In 1916, Joe Masseria was released from prison, and he was gaining power within the family to become his own force. Meanwhile, Gaetano Rena in the Bronx decided that he was not happy with the current state of management, and he declared his own independence in 1920, turning his large crew into his own family. The Terranova brothers' leadership was only weakened from here, while Salvatore D'Aquila and Joe Masseria's grew. Then at the end of the year, the chessboard changed when Giuseppe Morello and Ignazio Lupo were pardoned by the president and released back onto the streets. Another game changer now was prohibition. The outlawing of alcohol, while the public still wanted it, meant that anyone who controlled the black market of booze would become incredibly rich. The stakes were high in the underworld. D'Aquila decided his prestige would be seen as a threat to his old boss, and he decided to take Morello out before Morello could have him murdered. To achieve this, he decided that it would be best to kill Masseria first, so that way Morello's powerful lieutenant would not be a rival after the boss was gone. Former Camorra member Umberto Valentini was assigned to the murder. On August 9th, 1922, 4 gunmen waited on 2nd Avenue in Manhattan to ambush and kill Masseria outside of his apartment. Masseria noticed his would-be killers just as they were about to shoot. He ran into a shop and dived for cover, while 4 men shot at him at point-blank range as he attempted to duck out of the way. The only damage to the man was a hole in his hat and a bullet skimming his jacket. This incident would later give Masseria a reputation as being able to dodge bullets. The gunmen, having failed in their mission, jumped into a waiting car and sped away. 2 days later, Valente was murdered as he tried to run away from a meeting that he realized was a setup. One of the shooters is said to be a young Charles Luciano. The exact details of the leadership of the family are hazy during the immediate period, but somewhere at this point, Masseria's power was becoming undeniable, while Morello's was past its prime. We'll never know how the arrangement was reached, but Masseria would become Joe the boss, while Giuseppe Morello stepped aside and became his number two. The only first-hand account of the two mafia powerhouses together in person comes from Joe Bonanno's biography, which will come up later in the story, but it seems clear that the two had a very effective working relationship. During this transition, Salvatore d'Aquila officially broke off from the family and became independent. He was powerful in his own right, but Masseria and Morello knew they would eventually get him and recapture their lost territory. But for now, they needed to rebuild themselves to become the mob's most powerful faction. So that's what they spent the rest of the 1920s doing. When the Castellammarese War broke out in 1930, these two men were leading one side of the fighting. The Castellammarese War gets its name because the Sicilians opposing the growing power and dominance of Joe the Boss Masseria came from the Castellammarese del Golfo region of Sicily. That part of the island was a unique world within a unique world that had its own dialect and mafia group that was independent from the others. Immigrants from this region began arriving in New York during the late 19th century, and by the 1910s, there was a strong mafia faction operating in Brooklyn. During this period, we will call them the Castellammarese family. Some of their early members were leader Niccolo Schiro, prominent Captain Vito Bonventre, and soldier Stefano Magladino. And just like in Sicily, these men were fiercely independent and refused to allow themselves to be dominated by another group. Before Prohibition, this group, like other mafia factions, was little more than a street gang. But in the years leading up to the lucrative bootlegging period, men from this family moved into other American cities and settled, creating new Castellammarese zones of influence. For example, in 1917, when he was 25 years old, Stefano Magladino organized the revenge murder of another gangster. He fled to Buffalo to avoid murder charges and joined up with another Castellammarese faction that was starting to be established there. 2 years later, he became the boss of that family. Similar situations occurred, causing members of the original Brooklyn group to expand into Chicago and Detroit as well. 1920 would be a transformative year for the Mafia, as they branched into and eventually dominated the bootlegging business, causing them to become wealthy and well-organized. But this year had extra importance for the clan that would become apparent in the future because Joe Bonanno crossed the ocean and settled in Brooklyn. He spent his first years being unassociated with the Mafia, as he worked as a baker while running a side hustle as a distiller, producing alcohol in apartments. While Masseria and Morello were dealing with the tensions arising from Salvatore d'Aquila's rising power, the Castellammarese family was largely left alone. They built up their members, power, and wealth. During this period, Vito Bonventre became one of the most richest mafia men in the country. At this point, all of the major players from the Castellammarese War were based in America, except for one. Salvatore Maranzano would be the absolute leader for one side in the fighting, and he did not arrive in New York until 1925. And for such a powerful and consequential man, we do not have a definite photo of him from when he was alive. The only confirmed photo was taken after he died. The common photo associated with him is actually an English gangster of the time. There is a digital reconstruction of what he might have looked like based on his corpse, and there is another photo circulating online that is said to maybe be him. For the purpose of this narrative, I'm going to use the last photo because the reconstruction looks weird, and this version definitely looks close to what he might have looked like. Maranzano's reasons for coming to New York are not clear. In one version, he fled Sicily because of Mussolini's persecution of the Mafia. In another, he was a top middle management guy in Sicily and was sent by the bosses there to look out for their interests. In both versions, the common theme is that he was a fairly powerful mafioso from the old country who was immediately accepted into the Brooklyn Castellammarese family. And during the 5 years that he was here before the outbreak of the war, he became a very rich and powerful captain. He made a fortune as a bootlegger and invested his profits in real estate. Joe Bonanno's family was involved with the Mafia back in Sicily, and Maranzano was a friend of the family. When he ran into the young man, he took him under his wing as a protege. The extent of Maranzano's bootlegging operations at its peak was an interstate network of distilleries, all with its own individual manager. Bonanno's primary job was to coordinate the supply and transport of materials between each location. His duties also called on him to investigate problems like arson or hijacked shipments. All of this information comes directly from Bonanno's autobiography, and while it's full of valuable first-hand storytelling, you have to assume that the facts have been altered to make him look good or deflect guilt from crimes he could have still been prosecuted for. One example is that he claims once he performed his investigation duties, he would pass the information on to Maranzano, who would then have someone else take care of the solution. It's entirely possible that Maranzano might have compartmentalized his organization, but we also need to consider that part of Bonanno's duties might have included killing the wrongdoers, and he didn't want to admit it. Murder charges do not have a statute of limitations. While Bonanno became very close with Maranzano during his rise to power, the younger man was an associate and not an official member of the family. This put him in brief danger during the late 1920s when, after seeing how his boss was becoming filthy rich and starting to have extra money for himself, he invested in a Brooklyn-based distillery that was bigger than the bathtub operations he used to have before meeting his mentor. The business was a success, and it attracted the attention of an Italian man named Mimi, who demanded a cut of the revenue because they were operating in his neighborhood. Emboldened by his relationship with the powerful Maranzano and the things that he did for him, Bonanno refused to pay. The two got into an argument which almost turned into a brawl before being broken up. The experience boosted the young man's confidence, along with his standing among those who saw how he acted. Unfortunately, it turned out that Mimi was not a nobody. He was a made member of the Castellammarese family, and he was angry. And while Bonanno was not a member, he had powerful friends because in addition to Maranzano, his older cousin was Stefano Magladino, the boss of Buffalo. A sit-down was arranged, with Captain Vito Bonventre to be the arbitrator. Magladino attended, but Maranzano was Bonanno's main advocate. He argued that Joe was his guy, and Mimi should have checked into who Joe was before he went in with his demands. At the end of the meeting, Bonventre ruled in favor of Bonanno, and he was allowed to keep his operation. Shortly after that, he became a made member of the family, with Maranzano as his sponsor. Prohibition was the catalyst that turned the hardscrabble Italian criminal gangs into highly organized families that were raking in millions. The American market for alcohol was growing, but as the decade went on, more and more players entered the business. Everyone's market share was starting to decline, and gangsters have their own unique way of dealing with competition, which started to change the makeup of the criminal underworld. 1928 was when everything came to a head. Joe the Boss Masseria and Giuseppe Morello fortified their family and grew their power, while the Castellammarese family was increasing its prominence. Other families, organizations, and powerful figures were also growing as well, and soon enough, New York was no longer big enough for everyone. The first major player to go was Brooklyn powerhouse Frankie Yale. At one time, he was Al Capone's boss, but after the world-famous mobster relocated to Chicago, they became equals, and eventually Capone's power eclipsed him. The two had a partnership where Yale would receive whiskey in New York and then made sure that the trucks bringing the products to Chicago traveled safely out of the city that never sleeps. But when those trucks began to be frequently hijacked, Capone suspected a double cross from Yale and sent some of his own guys to spy on him. They reported back that his suspicions were correct. On July 1st, while driving home, Yale was ambushed by another car, where volleys of bullets ripped into him. The car lost control and crashed into a brownstone. The autopsy report revealed that his face was blown off with a shotgun, while a bullet from a machine gun hit him in the brain. Both wounds would have killed him instantly. On November 4th, Arnold Rothstein, aka The Brain, a crime boss who is known to be the kingpin of the Jewish Mafia and also mentor to Lucky Luciano, was shot during a business meeting. He died 2 days later on November 6th and refused to tell the police who killed him. Coincidentally, on November 7th, boss Salvatore D'Aquila was shot on Avenue A in Manhattan and died on the street. It's believed that his murder was orchestrated by Masseria. Tensions were quickly boiling in the underworld, and because of the power vacuum that now existed, that December, a meeting was called in Cleveland where all the major Mafia players sent a representative to discuss the changing order. It was decided that D'Aquila's organization would be taken over by his lieutenant, Manfredi Mineo, who was a Masseria ally. Yale's businesses were divided up. At the time of his death, while he was independent, he was little more than a vassal of Joe the Boss. Anthony Carfano was named his successor and became a captain, with this group becoming the crew in Masseria's family. The rest of the territory was split between Mineo and Joe Pravacci. Rothstein's empire was split among the many Jewish gangsters who once worked for him. Joe the Boss was the biggest winner from this arrangement, as Yale's territory and men became his, while the rival D'Aquila family was now allies that he could also count on to be his vassals. But this was not enough for Masseria and his underboss Giuseppe Morello. They wanted to be the boss of bosses for the entire Mafia. And to do that, they would need to divide and conquer America, with one city at a time. And for cities he could not directly control, he would appoint or back a leader who would then be in his debt. That's what happened in Chicago at the end of the 20s. Al Capone and his Chicago outfit did not always have a monopoly on the town. His war with the Northside Gang is well known, but there was a second rival as well. Castellammarese gangster Joe Aiello held significant power in his own right. Masseria and Morello copied the same playbook that John D. Rockefeller used when he took over the oil industry 50 years before them. They would hold a meeting with their potential rivals, let them know their strength, and give them the opportunity to peacefully submit or be destroyed. A meeting was held with Masseria, Capone, Aiello, and Gaspar Milazzo, the boss of Detroit who was also allied with the Castellammarese families. A settlement was not reached, tempers flew, and Milazzo walked out. Joe the Boss decided to put his finger on the scale to tip the balance of power in Capone's favor and provided support to the famous gangster so that he could take over the entire city. What followed would be a vicious war that shocked the public, and it turned Capone from a beloved figure into public enemy number one. The Chicago Beer Wars was a conflict within the larger Castellammarese War that was about to transform the Mafia. If Al Capone ended up on the winning side, then Joe the Boss would have massive influence in the Windy City. Next, Masseria focused on the Detroit family and had its leader, the man who walked out on the meeting for peace, Gaspar Milazzo, killed. His replacement was a Masseria-approved man, and that city was now an ally. Across all cities, Joe the Boss was making progress by employing a divide-and-conquer strategy. But in New York, he did not make any gains since the 1928 conference. In 1930, it was clear that the Castellammarese family was going to be a problem, and he set about pacifying them so that they would slowly be dismantled. By this point, everyone in the Mafia across the country knew about Joe the Boss's plans for expansion and domination. And Joe the Boss was also aware of the up-and-coming Salvatore Maranzano. Maranzano was contacted and requested to come to a sit-down with Masseria to discuss his future. The meeting was held in a private house in uptown Manhattan, and Maranzano brought his protege, Joe Bonanno, with him, while Masseria had his advisor and second-in-command, Giuseppe Morello. There was concern that this meeting might be a trap, but Maranzano insisted that they go to it, and that they didn't bring any guns to show their good faith. The man's mind was made up to resist the aspiring boss of bosses, but he knew that he would lose a war if fighting broke out at that moment, so his strategy was to delay the conflict and build strength. Joe Bonanno left a record of the meeting in his autobiography. Although he was not part of the conversation, he was in the background serving as a bodyguard and could overhear it. According to Bonanno, Masseria spoke both poor English and poor Italian, but this was his message. Gaspar Milazzo was dead, and that could not be changed. Stefano Magladino is soon to be dead too, unless he comes to New York and submit to Joe the Boss. And Maranzano was alive and doing well in business. He then turned to Morello to make the rest of his point. Morello admitted that they did kill Milazzo, and it was unfortunate. He then went on to praise Maranzano for all his successes and closed his praising with a reminder that he could only be so fortunate in the future if he had the right friends. Maranzano saw that they wanted his submission, and he tried to deflect it by saying he was not the boss of his family. Niccolo Ciro was. They also asked him to make contact with Magladino in Buffalo to get him to come to a meeting. Maranzano said that he could only try, but he could not make promises about what others might do. After this exchange, which seemed to have been rather pleasant and civil to Bonanno, Morello leaned into Maranzano and whispered that if he tried to fool them, then Maranzano's fight would be against Morello personally. He boasted that in Sicily, Maranzano never faced anyone like Giuseppe Morello. Maranzano replied that nor had Morello ever faced anyone like Salvatore Maranzano. The mood was tense, but then they tried to smile and make it look like a joke. "What a bunch of comedians, you two," Masseria declared. The meeting ended and Magladino never showed up in New York, but it was productive for Maranzano and Bonanno because they learned a lot about the men they were about to face in battle. Bonanno recalled Morello as being very well spoken and having the qualities of a man that men wanted to follow as a leader. Masseria in turn was referred to as a slob because of his speech, manners, and dress. While Masseria might have been the boss, it was clear to Maranzano that Morello was the brains behind the family. It would not be too far to speculate that Morello might have been the boss in secret, while Masseria was only a front. Maranzano was not the only member of the Castellammarese family that Masseria and Morello were trying to peel away. After the meeting, they sent a message to family boss Nicola Sciro demanding $10,000 to stay in their favor. Sciro paid the money and then fled to Sicily in fear. But they were not satisfied with only the boss being off the table. Vito Bonventre was a powerful captain, and he had the means and the following to assume control. Maranzano tried to warn him that his life was in danger, but the man did not listen. A few days later, he was killed outside of his home. The family was in tatters. Maranzano worked behind the scenes to shore up support to make him the new boss. He got the blessing of Stefano Magladino, while the other captains in the family, knowing of his reputation as a warrior in Sicily, also decided to back him. The family held a meeting for all its members, as everyone debated what to do. Maranzano spoke up at the meeting and rallied everyone, declaring that the only options were to fight back or lose everything they built. That night, he was officially elected by all members to become the next leader. It was now up to him to create a strategy to strike back, and what happened next would be remembered as the Castellammarese War. There are only two first-hand sources for the conflict known as the Castellammarese War. One was Joe Valachi, who was the first made member of the Mafia to turn state's evidence. He was a former thief and getaway driver that was recruited as a soldier into the Maranzano faction. The other source was former Mafia boss Joe Bonanno, who wrote a tell-all memoir in 1983 that became a bestseller. But in 1930, he was simply just one of Maranzano's top soldiers. Bonanno described the conflict as a war of self-defense. They wanted to remain independent, while Joe the boss and Morello wanted them to submit and become serfs. The alternative to this was death. Detroit boss Gaspar Milazzo resisted them and he was murdered, so it was clear that their threats were not a bluff. But there were some delays to their grand plan. Al Capone's war to seize control of Chicago was meeting more resistance than anticipated. Meanwhile, the new Masseria-approved boss of Detroit, Chet Lamar, was facing a rebellion in his own ranks, as many found being allied to the man who killed their leader to be treasonous. But these conflicts were fought by Joe the Boss's proxies. In New York, Masseria and Morello were looking at their home turf and how to bring it completely under their dominion. In 1930, it was clear that there were 5 families in the city. Masseria's, the breakaway D'Aquila family, now run by Masseria ally Manfredi Mineo. The breakaway Rena family of the Bronx, run by former Morello captain Gaetano Rena. The Castellammarese family, and the Profaci family, which was the newest of them all, with their origins being in the second half of the 1920s. The Castellammarese family at first seemed like the biggest threat, but Masseria and Morello figured that it was neutralized, as the leader was chased back to Italy, its top captain was murdered, and Salvatore Maranzano appeared to have been bullied into submission. They thought it was off the table, and they turned next to the Rena family. Since the Rena family was a breakaway from the original Morello family, they were wagering that allies within the family could take it over if the stubborn Gaetano Rena was no longer able to be the leader. To achieve this, they murdered him on February 26, 1930. While he was outside of his mistress's apartment, a gunman appeared and shot him on the street. He died right there, leaving his 6 kids fatherless. Legend says that Vito Genovese was the killer. Masseria ally Fat Joe Pinzolo was made the next leader of the family, and they were no longer considered to be a rival. Now they could set their eyes on bringing Provaci into their sphere of influence. Unfortunately for Masseria and Morello, Maranzano had been biding his time, preparing the Castellammarese family to fight back. Money from bootlegging was used to buy weapons and materials needed to win. Once the new leader felt confident in his ability to strike Masseria soon, the family soldiers went to the mattresses. According to Bonanno's book, this meant you had to leave your family, you had to abandon your business, and you had to put your life in danger. Not a pleasant prospect for any man, least of all a rich and complacent gentleman. As in any war, it was mainly the young and unattached who did the fighting. Maranzano's men rotated between a network of safe houses that was supplied with food by some members of the family, while other members supplied guns and ammunition. Knowledge was compartmentalized between the groups, so no one besides Maranzano exactly knew who was doing what and when. Maranzano traveled in an armored car with American-born Mafia member Charlie Di Benedetto as his driver, but they only hit the road when it was absolutely necessary. This was the spring of 1930, and Maranzano had not fired a shot at Joe the Boss yet. Instead, he made his family disappear, and they bided their time to work on creating an opening move that would devastate their enemy. If the fight devolved into a war of attrition, then the outnumbered Castellammarese would be at a huge disadvantage. All sides of the conflict aggressively recruited young Italian hoodlums to join their ranks. This was how Joe Valachi entered the Mafia. Originally, he was the getaway driver for a gang of thieves that got caught and convicted. While in prison, he met some Maranzano allies, and following his release, he was recruited by the Castellammarese family and quickly became made when he demonstrated his abilities as a soldier. But new recruitment was only going to take Maranzano so far. While Masseria and Morello had vassals, in addition to their large family, Maranzano would need to acquire allies from other factions. Just like with Detroit, there were captains in the Rena family who were unhappy serving a boss who was just a stand-in for Masseria and Morello. The first one Maranzano won over was Gaetano Gagliano, and his second-in-command, Tommy Lucchese. Both men understood that they were not fighting for the survival of the Castellammarese, but instead the struggle was about ending the tyranny of Joe the Boss. However, the alliance needed to stay secret for now until the right moment. By summer, Maranzano gathered enough strength to fight, and he attacked with the deadliest first strike he could launch. Using taxi drivers as spies, he learned that Masseria was not even in hiding, while Morello was keeping up with his routine of visiting his office every day with a bodyguard. Because Morello was perceived to be the brains behind Masseria's strength, he was determined to be the more valuable target. On August 15th, gunmen visited Morello in East Harlem, killing him and an associate. After these shots were fired, bodies began to quickly drop on all sides. The death of Giuseppe Morello shattered the illusion of Joe the Boss being invincible. Maranzano used the momentum from this win and reached out to members of the other families for support. In the former De Aquila family, he made a deal with powerful Captain Frank Scalise for Scalise to kill Mineo in exchange for Maranzano to support him as the family's new leader. Meanwhile, the Provaci family agreed to appear neutral while secretly allying with Maranzano. On September 6, Gaetano Gagliano launched his rebellion within his family when Tommy Lucchese murdered Pinzola at his office in Manhattan. The family was now on Maranzano's side. Masseria's biggest ally was Al Capone, but because Chicago was fighting their own war, he was unable to reciprocate his benefactor with support. But that didn't stop rumors from spreading. Word got out that Capone was going to send men to New York, and Bonanno learned that they were going to be at an office building, so he planned to ambush them there. The day before the shooting was to take place, Bonanno and his crew picked up fresh machine guns from a dealer. Fresh meant that they could be discarded and not traced after their use. They went to the office building in Manhattan and loosened the hinges on the door so they could easily be kicked in when needed. As Bonanno returned to his car, he and his driver were stopped by the police and the guns were found. The cops were watching the gun dealer for an unrelated investigation and saw Bonanno pick up the weapons. The police tortured both men, but they did not talk, and when a lawyer hired by Maranzano arrived, he was outraged to find the brutality that Bonanno and Di Benedetto endured. Eventually, the police dropped the charges in exchange for the brutality to be forgotten about. After Merlo's murder, Masseria went into hiding. Joe Valachi was tasked with renting an apartment in a complex where Joe the Boss was suspected to be holed up in. In October, Valachi sent word to Tommy Lucchese that he saw his target and a hit team was assembled. After days of waiting, they didn't spot Masseria, but they did see Diaquila family boss, Manfredi Mineo, and his underboss, Steve Ferringo. They decided to take advantage of the situation and ambush the two men. In one swift move, the leadership from Masseria's ally family was wiped out. Although he was not involved, Scalise was named the new family boss. However, the family was split in two, with some refusing to abandon Joe the Boss, while many others were happy to leave him. As Christmas was approaching, Masseria's prospects have changed from almost guaranteed winner to almost guaranteed loser in less than 6 months. Al Capone had finally won his war, but he was now weary to throw his support behind a sinking ship. Masseria's allies were dwindling, but there was one man he felt he could depend on, Charles Lucky Luciano. Eager to see the war end, Maranzano declared that his conflict was with Joe the Boss only. He vowed that he would not seek vengeance on his supporters or soldiers. This peeled more allies away from Masseria, and the goal was to get somebody to betray him. That happened in the spring, when Luciano and Vito Genovese sought out a meeting with Maranzano that Joe Bonanno witnessed. He called it a classic Sicilian conversation, where every word carried implications, but nothing was said directly. Do you know why you're here? Yes. Then I don't have to tell you what has to be done. No. How much time do you need to do what you have to do? A week or two. Good. I'm looking forward to a peaceful Easter. Maranzano received Luciano's assurance that he would deal with it personally. Maranzano also made it clear that if he failed, then Luciano would also be his enemy. On April 15th, 1931, Masseria was murdered in a Coney Island restaurant with a full stomach. It's rumored and very likely that one of the gunmen was Albert Anastasia. With the war won, Maranzano declared that it was now time for him to win the peace. A meeting was called to establish the new state of affairs at Wappinger Falls, New York, in May of 1931. Maranzano was recognized as the boss of the Castellammarese family, and his underboss was Angelo Caruso, a captain who was instrumental in the recent war. Frank Scalise took over the Mineo family, and Gagliano was made official boss of the Rena family. Luciano was then declared the new leader of Masseria's family, while Pravacci still retained control over his own. It is said that here is where Maranzano declared himself to be the boss of bosses for the Mafia, but Joe Bonanno denied that this was true. According to him, there was a power vacuum created by Joe the Boss Masseria's death, and Maranzano was just filling it, while he considered himself to be equal to the other men in the room. But here is an account of what happened at the meeting, and you could judge for yourself about his intentions. Maranzano provided the security for the event. No weapons were allowed, and no one was allowed to leave. If they needed to use the bathroom, then they needed to be escorted by one of Maranzano's men. Maranzano had everyone sit at a long table. A plane circled overhead to scout for police cars, but Maranzano told everyone that it had guns and bombs to scare them. He rearranged the seats and then said one side is honest men and the other side is dishonest. When men protested, he said enough. The past is gone and we should move on with peace. Maranzano proposed that the families be organized into a legion structure, with upper management, captains with crews, and their soldiers who would all be made men. At the very bottom were to be associates, who were not official members, but could one day be, provided that they were 100% Italian. The ritual for becoming a made man was adopted as official for this new formal and secret society. Families were all capped at their current membership levels in order to prevent an arms race in future war. Some members were shifted into different families in order to mix up the rosters and ensure that one faction was not full of men hostile to groups that were on the other side of the war. This was how Joe Valachi went from being Tommy Lucchese's man to being in the Luciano family. After this conference, peace seemed to have been achieved, and everyone relaxed. But Bonanno observed that while Maranzano was a great war leader, he was a mediocre statesman during peacetime. Tensions were also brewing between Maranzano and Stefano Magladino. Before the war, the latter man had more prominence than the former, but that was now changed. Maranzano also had an aristocratic way about him that was off-putting to others. He was educated and well-read, while most of his soldiers were street guys that found it hard to follow along in a conversation with the boss. This contrasted with a short temper that revealed itself once everyone began to relax. Luciano was said to have been very unhappy with how Maranzano decided to manage the peace. Joe the boss's gluttony for power was his undoing, and now Maranzano was following in his footsteps towards the goal of total domination. The new boss of bosses had either gotten wind of Luciano's doubts, or he might have just not simply trusted the man, since he set up his own boss to be killed. Either way, the younger man was becoming a problem to the older one, and he decided to take out a contract on him. On September 10th, Maranzano summoned Irish gangster and assassin Vincent Cole to come to his office at the New York Central Building. He also summoned Luciano and Vito Genovese to come by a little later, with the intention to ambush and kill the two men at some point. But these plans were leaked to Luciano, and he chose to strike first. 4 Jewish gangsters, posing as IRS agents, arrived suddenly at the office for a surprise raid. Everyone inside was gathered to one side of the room. While Maranzano tried to join the others, he was singled out and then stabbed, plus shot. As the Jewish gangsters fled the murder scene, they passed Vincent Cole, who saw them, realized he was too late, and fled. In the aftermath of the September 10th assassination, a few members of the Mafia across America were murdered over the next few days, in a purge that has since been called the Night of Sicilian Vespers. Legend has made the purge seem larger than it really was, but there were definitely a few gangsters who died in the immediate aftermath. Whether their deaths are a coincidence due to the hazardous nature of their profession, or if they were seen as unreasonable Maranzano loyalists, will never be known, as the killers took their secrets to their graves. Joe Bonanno claimed in his book that he was completely unaware that Maranzano was to be assassinated, and only learned about it after the fact. Had he admitted to being part of it, then he would have admitted to being guilty of conspiracy to commit murder. Plus, the public image of a man of honor he was attempting to cultivate would have been revealed to be a farce. For one, if Bonanno was the complete loyalist he claimed to be, then it seems reasonable he would have been purged. Second, his cousin Stefano Magladino was a powerful man and no friend of Maranzano. It seems likely that Luciano consulted with him before carrying out the murder, and that Magladino floated his younger cousin's name as a replacement they could have influence over. Plus, mob history tells us that when a boss is violently overthrown, his replacement almost always had a hand in making that happen. As a commentator on one of our videos once brilliantly summed up, in this life, it's either your best friend or an underling that betrays and murders you. Bonanno claimed that his family was in chaos after Maranzano's death, and a meeting was held. Because he had essentially been Maranzano's chief of staff during the war, along with a deadly gangster that many feared, there was no opposition for elevating him to the boss position. Angelo Caruso remained as underboss until the following year, when he was replaced by Francesco Garofolo. Luciano claimed to the rest of the underworld that he did have Maranzano killed, but it was only out of self-defense. He called for another meeting to be held so that the current structure of this thing of ours could be amended for working in a modern America. Lucky Luciano was now the dominant force in the criminal underworld, and could have declared himself to be the boss of bosses without any serious opposition. But he had seen 3 men who previously took that title all die violently. If he chose to repeat their actions, then he had enough wisdom to know that he would also receive their consequences, and the cycle of violence would continue. Instead, he proposed an American big business solution for the Mafia to regulate themselves. A board of directors called the Commission. All 5 families would have a seat on the Commission, in addition to the Chicago outfit and Buffalo family. Any conflicts would be settled in the boardroom, instead of on the streets with guns. As Meyer Lansky allegedly put it, you don't see car salesmen shooting each other. While violence would be necessary for enforcement, the priority was to make money. The only other major change from this meeting was that Luciano forced Frank Cali to step down as boss, and he was replaced with Vincent Mangano. It's not clear why this happened, but Scalise remained in the family as a captain and would eventually rise to the role of consigliere. He would also visit Luciano in Italy after Luciano was deported following World War II, so there did not appear to be any bad blood between them. Regardless of the reasons, when this meeting was finished, the modern Italian-American Mafia was born in 1931. The Castellammarese War has been described not only as a fight between Masseria and Maranzano, but also a generational conflict between the old mustache Petes like Maranzano and the young Turks like Luciano. But Luciano was only about 10 years younger than the 2 bosses, and Gagliano and Mangano were older than Joe the Boss and Salvatore Maranzano. The end of this war should be defined as a conflict between those who came of age in Italy and those who came of age in America. The Italian gangsters preferred to stay in Italian neighborhoods and only do business with Italians, while their Americanized counterparts saw a country that was a land of opportunity where possibilities to scale their rackets appeared endless. Luciano decided to betray Joe the Boss because he lost confidence in the man's ability to lead. These same flaws existed in Maranzano, and they became obvious to his camp after his victory. Cosa Nostra might mean this thing of ours, but in 1931, the Italian Mafia became corrupted by American culture, in the same way that it corrupted it as well. In the end, the Castellammarese War can be lumped into the greater American experience, where we see a collection of cultures from across the world thrown into the melting pot. John Gotti and Al Capone might be the 2 most famous mobsters of the 20th century. But if you were going to make a list of the top 3, then you would need to include Albert Anastasia. Called the Mad Hatter behind his back because of a resemblance to the character from Disney's Alice in Wonderland movie, Anastasia had the temperament that made him a ruthless gangster, able to dominate the underworld, while at the same time being ill-suited to be the top boss of a large criminal organization. It's believed that for 2 decades, he was the underboss of what would later become known as the Gambino crime family. In 1931, when he was appointed to that position, the organization was led by boss Vincent Mangano, with the family then taking his name. Anastasia would succeed Mangano in leadership, but it would not be a peaceful transfer of power. The Mad Hatter is perhaps the most prolific of killers in the Mafia, and when he decided that being second in command of the family was not enough for him anymore, he eliminated his boss in an efficiently hostile takeover. Here is the story of how the first family boss in the modern Mafia era was murdered by his underling. But before we begin, I just want to remind you that if you enjoy this video, please like it, comment, and subscribe. Much has been written and documented about Albert Anastasia, due to the infamy he achieved during his lifetime that made him a household name, along with his face becoming the image that the public had for a ruthless hoodlum during the 1940s and 50s. Hundreds of pages of FBI intel on the man are available for download on the Bureau's website, along with many articles that the newspapers from his era wrote about him. He was thrust into the public spotlight after Abraham Kid Twist Rells from Murder Inc. was arrested and told investigators everything he knew about the murder squad Anastasia ran. Typically, one of the advantages of an organized criminal organization is that the leader gives an order and an underling carries it out. This separation creates a legal protection for the leader, as he could deny his involvement if the underling is caught. And Anastasia was not the typical Mafia leader. Sometimes he would join his crew on a hit, and he would be the one to carry out the act in front of his men, like stabbing a person in the ear with an ice pick. Some say that the Mad Hatter enjoyed the act of killing, and that's probably true. But it's also a case of a boss leading by example. It could have also been a subtle warning to those working under Anastasia that if they crossed or disappointed him, they would be next. Mangano was the opposite of his underboss because he knew how to stay in the shadows. He had been arrested before, and his name was well known on the Brooklyn waterfront, where he dominated his racket of corruption. But it appears that after 1928, he did not have any legal problems. And while his name has been mentioned in newspaper articles about violence on the waterfront, the FBI did not have any files on him during his lifetime. Vincenzo Mangano was most likely born in December of 1887 or March of 1888 in Palermo, Sicily. He first immigrated to the United States in 1905 with his sister and settled in Brooklyn, where he listed his occupation as a gardener. Once settled in his new country, he Americanized his name to Vincent. Over the next few years, he would travel back and forth across the Atlantic as he brought more relatives with him. He also returned to Sicily to marry his wife, Carolina, and bring her back to the States, where they would have 4 children during the 1910s, 2 boys and 2 girls. During the 1910s and possibly earlier, Mangano became involved with the local Mafia in Brooklyn and would become part of Salvatore D'Aquila's family. In 1920, he became a naturalized U.S. citizen and applied for a passport so that he could go on a planned trip to Italy, with the written reason being to settle his estate there. At this point, he now listed his legitimate occupation as being a merchant. It's thought now that the reason for his frequent back-and-forth trips was to serve as an emissary between the growing New York-centered Mafia and the mother country that spawned it. Not much is known about his early career, because the old-timer mafiosi were pretty good at keeping their oath of omerta. In October of 1928, boss Salvatore D'Aquila was shot on the street and killed. Tensions were boiling among the various mafia factions across America, and in December of that year, a meeting was held in Cleveland, Ohio at the Statler Hotel among the leadership from all the families in the nation to try and de-escalate the growing hostilities. Mangano was photographed at that meeting as a representative for his family, which meant that he must have at least been a powerful capo by this point, if he wasn't in the upper management yet. Al Mineo took over as boss of the family after this, with Steve Ferrigno as his number 2. During the Castellammarese War, they allied with Joe the Boss Masseria. Both Mineo and Ferrigno were killed in an ambush during the fighting, and leadership of the family reverted to Bronx-based capo Frank Cali. It's been rumored that initial war victor Salvatore Maranzano wanted Scalise to kill Mangano, but Scalise delayed, and after Maranzano's untimely death, the hit was called off. If you want to learn more about the Castellammarese War, then please check out our video on the subject. Now, the murder of the family's leadership, along with the defection from Masseria to Maranzano, split the family, with some choosing to remain on the side of Joe the Boss. When Lucky Luciano succeeded the dead Maranzano as New York's most powerful mobster, he chose to create the commission to govern the underworld, rather than have one man be the boss of bosses who would eventually be violently murdered by the next ambitious man, with the cycle of chaos continuing. Luciano is then said to have reorganized the Mafia, with soldiers from different crews being put into completely different families to create a balance of power. It's also claimed that he forced Frank Scalise out of the boss position of what was the Mineo family, and he installed Vincent Mangano in his place. The capos agreed to this change of leadership because they did not want to antagonize the powerful Luciano. But the family at this stage was not yet complete, because Albert Anastasia had a crucial role to play in its final formation during 1931. Albert Anastasia was not Sicilian. He was from Calabria, which the Sicilians considered to be another country, despite all of them being Italians. He grew up poor, and as soon as he got the chance, he left his village by finding work as a deckhand on a departing ship. When the ship arrived in Brooklyn, he went on shore leave and never returned. On that day in 1919, he committed his first crime in America: illegal immigration. He found work as a longshoreman, and in 1921, he murdered his co-worker, George Torino. He was sentenced to the electric chair at Sing Sing State Prison. As he went up the river and waited for his date with death, he was an aggressive inmate and always got into fights. This caught the attention of another prisoner who was friends with the then rising gangster Charles Luciano. Seeing that he could use someone as tough and ruthless as Anastasia, Luciano used his political connections to get a judge to rule that Anastasia's conviction was invalid and another trial was needed. 4 witnesses disappeared before the second trial, and Anastasia was acquitted due to lack of evidence. During the 1920s, he became close with Luciano and was a dependable call to make when something violent needed to get done. But his sole occupation during this time was not being a hitman. He formed his own gang of Calabrians on the Brooklyn waterfront to extort the laborers and shipping companies. We don't know when Mangano and Anastasia first met, or even became aware of each other, but it was most likely during this time, and they must have been competitors. Anastasia's star rose during the Castellammarese War, and it's rumored he took part in the hit against Giuseppe Morello and was one of the 4 gunmen to take out Joe the Boss. During those 2 years, he became close with the leadership corps that was forming around Luciano. While the Castellammarese War began as a conflict between 2 Sicilian-born gangsters in their fight to dominate the American underworld, it ended as a battle between the young and older generations. The older generation did not want to work with anyone that was not Sicilian, while the younger one was open to a little diversity to expand their operation and profits. When the young prevailed, the Mafia was now open to all Italians, not just the Sicilians anymore. And as the leadership of a decent-sized Calabrian gang, with connections to the mob's new top leadership, Anastasia became a very powerful man. We're not sure of the exact details of how it went down, but because of their mutual interest in the docks, Mangano and Anastasia struck a deal. They would consolidate their gangs into one family. Vincent would be the boss, and Albert would be his number 2. Any other waterfront gangs that didn't join or quit were to be murdered by Anastasia. After a few holdouts were killed, their control on the waterfront was absolute. The partnership would last for 20 years, but maybe because this was the Mafia, where codes of honor were just hollow words repeated as lies for men to get what they wanted, its foundation would never be solid. And by the time the 1950s rolled around, tensions were rising in the Mangano crime family that threatened to tear it apart. Vincent Mangano, boss of what would become the Gambino family, was written about in the newspapers of the time, and he was given the nickname, the Executioner. There can be little doubt that this name was earned because of his position as boss of the violent mobsters who enforced the corruption at the Brooklyn waterfront and its surrounding neighborhoods. If the Mafia of the old-timers era liked to call themselves men of honor, the reality was far from that. Instead, they were parasites who used violence and the threat of it to extort both workers and companies, which drove up the cost of everything to everyone, while making a select few men very rich. For the dock workers, once they became part of the International Longshoremen's Association, they needed to kick back a significant portion of their daily wages to the Mangano family in order to keep their jobs. For the companies, if they had cargo that was time-sensitive to unload, then they would need to pay bribes to the mobsters who controlled the workers, or else the cargo was not going to be moved anywhere. And to top off on how much the Mafia controlled the area, dock workers were only allowed to shop at mob-approved stores, even if the prices were high, because the mobsters got a kickback from there as well. But this power arrangement started to become disrupted in the late 30s, and it was not because a rival gang was trying to move in. Instead, a longshoreman named Pete Panto started speaking up and holding meetings to protest the current conditions. Emil Camarada, a possible family member and vice president of the ILA, summoned Panto to a meeting at his office to warn him to stop what he was saying because some of the boys did not like it. By some of the boys, he meant the Mangano family. Panto ignored the warning and kept on speaking up. On Friday, July 14th, 1939, he was preparing for a date with his fiancée when someone knocked on the door to his apartment to tell him that he had a phone call. He left, took the call, and told another person that he was about to meet some people he did not trust, and if he was not seen in the morning, then they should call the police. Camarda was in the car that picked up Panto and drove him out to a farm in New Jersey for a meeting. When he arrived, he found Albert Anastasia and hitman Mendy Weiss waiting for him. Panto tried to run away as soon as he realized what was about to happen, but he did not get far. He was strangled to death by Weiss and was then buried with quicklime to dissolve his body. In the aftermath of his disappearance, it became common to see graffiti in Brooklyn that said, "Where is Panto?" Mangano's territory was not just the docks, though, and the waterfront was not his only racket. His crime family was also involved in gambling. They would have bookies plus illegal casinos for the public to use, and they did not tolerate any competition. Irving Feinstein found this out the hard way. He was a degenerate gambler who would make bets on if the next person to walk around the corner was smoking a cigarette or not. He would even host his own gambling parties in the Borough Park neighborhood of Brooklyn. When Mangano learned about this, he summoned his underboss and declared that Feinstein needs to go. Anastasia stalked the target and discovered that every Monday, he traveled to Brownsville to pay off a loan shark he owed money to. Anastasia assigned the hit to Jewish gangsters Abe Rells, Pittsburgh Phil, and Bugsy Goldstein. The plan was to kidnap Feinstein off the street in a stolen car and then bring him to Rells' house, where they would kill him in the basement. When they approached Feinstein on his way to his loan shark, he assumed that this was just a misunderstanding about the money he owed, and he went with them because he did not have much of a choice. He probably figured that the guy he owed money to would not kill him because then he wouldn't be able to collect his payments anymore. When they arrived at Rells' house, the hardened killer was shocked to find his wife and mother at home when they were supposed to be out. He gave his wife some money to leave, but his elderly mother was not going anywhere as she was in her bedroom sleeping. Feinstein was muscled into the house, and it started to dawn on him that these guys did not abduct him because of the money he owed. He tried to run, so Pittsburgh Phil put him in a chokehold. Feinstein then somehow bit his arm, which angered the ruthless killer. Phil and Goldstein gave Feinstein a vicious beating, while Rells grabbed a rope, made a noose, and struggled to loop it around the fighting man's neck. Pittsburgh Phil was an expert with knots, and he created a rig where the more Feinstein struggled, the tighter his noose became. In a way, he strangled himself to death. They took Feinstein's body from the house and put it in the trunk of the stolen car. They then drove to a vacant lot in Flatlands, doused the car in gasoline, and let it burn. No one seemed to notice the massive fire, and it eventually died out. A subway ticket taker named Louise Maurer discovered the crime scene on her way home from work. When the police arrived, some of the toughest street cops vomited after viewing the horrific scene. Mangano might have not actively taken part in the hit, but he ordered it. He spent his days in Red Hook, Brooklyn, headquartered at the Democrats Club. While the name sounded political, it was a mafia social club, where the money from illicit activities was used to fund local elections for politicians that Mangano could then keep in his pockets. His weekends were spent on Long Island, where his wife and kids lived. Saturdays and Sundays would be full of family-friendly activities, but when Monday rolled around, he was back in Brooklyn, presiding over his empire of violence. The only other thing we know about Mangano's personality was that he enjoyed cooking and would often prepare meals for his crew and the commission when they held meetings. According to Joe Bonanno in his memoirs, Mangano acted as the chairman for the commission, and he is credited with creating the phrase Cosa Nostra, our thing. During the period of the 1930s and 40s, Albert Anastasia's activities are better documented thanks to the exposure to the public of what would become known as Murder Incorporated. The origin theory to the group's formation was that Luciano and the original commission did not want their soldiers to be directly committing murder. The goal was to keep the Mafia in the shadows from the public so they could operate without scrutiny. But because violence was needed to maintain effective enforcement, it was decided to outsource the task to Jewish gangsters, with Anastasia acting as the middleman between them and the commission. The arrangement planted the seeds of conflict between boss and underboss, as the bosses from other families were bypassing Mangano to contact Anastasia when they needed violence, causing Mangano's ego to become offended. One of the first tests for this new murder squad arrangement came when prosecutor Thomas Dewey went after Jewish gangster Dutch Schultz. Schultz wanted to kill him and went to the commission for permission. Anastasia stalked Dewey at his home, apparently pushing an empty baby carriage as his cover. Anastasia learned the man's routine and saw that every morning Dewey left his house and used a public payphone to make business calls. This was a time when it was uncommon for private homes to have the luxury of their own telephone. He felt that they could easily kill Dewey as he walked from his house every morning. The commission voted against murdering the prosecutor out of fear that the retribution of law enforcement would be worse than any trouble Dewey was already causing. Mangano is said to be one of the members who persuaded the others to this view. Who knows if the canceling of Anastasia's plans caused resentment for the underboss. The details of Murder Inc. would be a topic for another video. The brief summary is that for a period of almost a decade, a group of Jewish gangsters spent their time hanging out in the back of a Brooklyn candy shop that was open 24/7. When a piece of work needed to be done, Anastasia would assign the available gangsters a contract and people would die. It is estimated that Murder Inc. might have killed up to 1,000 people during their prime. Law enforcement only became aware of the scale of the group when Abe Rells was arrested and told the police everything he knew. The revelation of Murder Inc. and the national crime syndicate that they did work for shocked government authorities. Jewish gangsters that were named by Rells were arrested. Newspapers sensationalized the trials, and as each member went down, the DA wanted to go after whom he claimed to be the leader of the organization, Albert Anastasia. Anastasia was well known to the local authorities, but after the revelation of Murder Inc., he instantly became famous with the public. Overnight, he became America's most notorious hoodlum since Al Capone. But despite all the publicity, prosecutors were never able to bring a case against the Mangano family underboss. On November 12, 1941, while under police guard at a Coney Island hotel, Abe Rells fell out of his window without any cops noticing. The official story is that he tied 2 sheets together and tried to escape his protection. If that was true, then those 2 sheets were definitely not long enough to bring him halfway between the ground and his room. Rells died before he could publicly testify in court against Anastasia. As with Albert's other brushes with the law, the lack of witnesses made the case against him fall apart, and he was able to walk away free. During the high publicity of Murder Inc.'s revelations, newspapers started calling Anastasia the Lord High Executioner. It was a name meant to mock instead of praise, but this newfound celebrity was everything the Mafia did not want. Overnight, their most effective killer turned from an asset into a liability. One question I have about Murder Inc.'s collapse is why didn't the commission, or at least Mangano, have Anastasia killed? If Albert had brought Rells into the group, then wasn't he liable for the man becoming a stool pigeon? Or worse, Anastasia knew where all of the Mafia skeletons were because he put them there. With law enforcement eager to bring him down, wasn't there a danger that he might talk under the right amount of pressure? The Mafia had killed a lot more people for a lot less reasons. Well, for starters, we don't know if the commission did not consider taking him out. In hindsight, Mangano might have lived longer if he did. And he had the right to, since Albert was part of his family, and what he did in his family was his own business. But he also would have started a civil war if he tried it. The Mafia is like a feudal kingdom, where a boss's power is not absolute. It's created by the crew captains who pledge their loyalty. And if you alienate enough capos, then your days at the top are over. The Mangano family of the 1940s is said to have had 3 factions within it. The first and smallest were the hardcore Mangano supporters. This included Vincent's brother Philip, who is believed to have either been a powerful captain or the family's consigliere. Another faction, which was the largest, were the Sicilians, who were loyal to the structure of the family but probably did not have any extra love for Vincent Mangano personally. This group included Frank Cali, who also might have been either the consigliere or a very powerful capo, since he was briefly the boss. But the Calabrians were the second largest faction, and they were loyal to Anastasia. Future underboss Agnello della Croce was part of this group. If their leader was murdered and they rebelled, then the family would be permanently split in two. Anastasia was brought into the Mafia by Lucky Luciano, and he had great relations with the most powerful men in organized crime, along with Luciano's underboss, Frank Costello. Maybe these men knew that Anastasia would never rat because of their mutual pasts. Whatever the decision-making process was, Anastasia was safe and kept his prominent position. Details about Mangano's life become especially sparse during the 1940s. He is mentioned briefly in Mafia turncoat Joe Valachi's unpublished memoirs that can be found online in a positive light when Mangano lent the down-on-his-luck Luciano family soldier a car to use. Valachi's memoirs also describe a dispute Valachi had with the Gambino brothers, where Frank Scalise intervened. This makes me speculate that Scalise might have been part of the upper management. Anastasia's life during this period is far better documented. Abe Rells's unnatural death occurred on November 12, 1941. With the district attorney's lead witness dead, the initial case they had against the Mad Hatter needed to be re-strategized. Then, with the bombing of Pearl Harbor on December 7th, everything changed. The United States was now at war with Japan and Germany, and the New York waterfront, controlled by Anastasia and the Mangano family, became vital to the national security. That winter, the SS Normandy, a French ship, was being converted into a troop carrier for the American Navy on a Manhattan pier. On February 9, 1942, a fire broke out, which soon became uncontrollable. The ship capsized and was considered a loss, with one person dying. An official investigation ruled the fires caused to be accidental and not sabotage. But the rumor was that the accident was ordered by Anastasia to send a reminder to the government of who really controlled the piers. Although it was meant to cause only minor damage, and the vast destruction was unintentional. Following this incident, a deal was brokered between the government and the Mafia through Meyer Lansky for the mob to guard the docks in exchange for the eventual release of Lucky Luciano from prison at the end of the war. Meanwhile, the patriotic spirit of his adopted country seemed to have infected the Mangano family's underboss, and he enlisted in the army. He was made a sergeant and served the United States by training army recruits how to load and unload boats. Following the end of his service term, he applied for and was granted American citizenship. The vilified Mangano family was now protecting the docks they once exploited. And with the federal government now the largest customer, there was no way they could shake them down, so they had to turn to other illicit ways to make money. One well-known rumor is that Carlo Gambino, then a captain in the family he would later run and rename, made a fortune selling counterfeit ration cards. When America entered its post-war period, Luciano was deported to Italy, and the Mangano's family's rackets returned to their old model of exploiting the hardworking men of the Brooklyn waterfront. And with Albert Anastasia no longer a necessary evil, law enforcement resumed their quest to take him down. Luciano was still technically the boss of his family, but now with an ocean separating him from it, Frank Costello assumed management in his stead. The next events, while taking place in another family, would have a direct impact on the future of the Manganos. When Luciano was first sent to prison in 1936, Vito Genovese became the acting boss. However, in 1934, Genovese was involved in the murder of a fellow mobster because he owed the man $35,000 and did not want to pay him. In 1937, it appeared that the Manhattan District Attorney had a strong case against him, so Genovese fled to Italy to avoid being charged. He funneled money to Mussolini's fascist party in order to be allowed to stay in Naples. In his absence, Frank Costello assumed the duties of acting boss. When the Allies invaded Italy in 1943, Genovese switched sides and offered his services to the Allies. In 1944, he was arrested for stealing supplies from the US Army and then selling them on the black market. Once he was in custody, a background check revealed that he was wanted in New York for a 1934 murder, and he was sent back home across the Atlantic to face these charges. Ernest Ruppolo was either an associate or a soldier of the Luciano family, and he was with Genovese when the 1934 murder occurred. When he was arrested for another killing, he gave up Genovese. Two other witnesses, Jerry Esposito and Peter Latempa, were also involved in the murder, and they corroborated Ruppolo's statements. When Genovese arrived back on American territory in 1945, he was arraigned for the murder and pled not guilty. The following year, Esposito would be found shot to death on a New Jersey roadside, while Latempa was found dead in a prison cell where he had been held in protective custody. Without anyone to confirm Ruppolo's statements, the charges against Genovese were dropped. And now that he was back in New York, his goal was to reassume the power that he once held. This meant that Frank Costello was an obstacle in his way. According to Joe Bonanno in his memoirs, the late 1940s was a period of high tension between Mangano and Anastasia. The men would get into arguments that sometimes would become physical and needed to be broken up. Mangano was now in his 60s, while Anastasia was in his 40s. There was a generation gap between them, and a lot of the younger members of the family favored the Mad Hatter. One growing source of tension between the two was the close relationship that Anastasia had with Frank Costello. The two would often communicate and collaborate directly, cutting Mangano out of the communications and making him feel both offended and distrustful. Bonanno wrote that during this time, Mangano seemed to be stressed and tried to confide in him, but Bonanno deflected as he did not want to get involved in another family's business. For Mangano, Anastasia's ambitions were starting to become a threat to his power, while for Anastasia, Mangano's position at the top of the hierarchy was turning into an annoying obstacle. The current arrangement of power could no longer go on. When the Mafia Commission was created in 1931, a series of rules were implemented to keep organized crime well organized. One of these rules was that a boss could not be murdered without the approval of the commission. Otherwise, there would be constant power struggles in the families that would bring chaos with them. Likewise, if a boss wanted to murder a member of another family, then he needed to secure permission of that family's boss. However, a boss could have members of his own family whacked because that was his own house to keep. As the 1950s came, Frank Costello was feeling the pressure from Vito Genovese, while Mangano and Anastasia were not getting along. It's believed that Costello felt that his position as de facto boss would be more secure if he had stronger allies on the commission. Vincent Mangano was too old-fashioned for him, but Albert Anastasia was his friend, and he had a fearsome reputation as a killer that few would dare cross. They decided to make a secret deal. If something were to happen to Mangano, then Costello would throw his support behind Anastasia, becoming the family's new boss. It might also be true that at the same time, Mangano took out a contract on his underboss. But this could be a made-up lie that was used to justify what happened next. On April 19, 1951, Philip Mangano, Vincent's brother and chief enforcer, was out shopping with his wife in Brooklyn when he told her that he was going to get a cup of coffee. While he was away from her, someone approached him saying that he was needed. He walked away with that person and was never seen alive again. His body was discovered in a marsh, with his suit jacket and pants missing. He had been shot 3 times, once in the neck and twice in each cheek. His face was too disfigured to have an open casket funeral, and the body was identified by a tag in the shirt that had his name written on it. When the police came to inform Vincent about his brother's death, they could not find him. No one knew where he was, It was assumed that he was hiding out after finding out about his brother's murder, but this was a false hope, as he was never heard from again. In his book, Lord High Executioner, Frank Di Matteo claimed that his mobster uncle, who was part of Anastasia's crew, was there when Mangano was murdered. He claimed that the Mad Hatter did not order the hit. Instead, he did it himself. The claim is that Mangano was lured into a warehouse by Anastasia on the belief that he'd be collecting money from his underboss. As he smiled to greet him, Anastasia took out a gun and shot the old man so he could personally see what his reaction to his death would be. Mangano was then gutted to the point where he looked like a mummy, encased in concrete and dumped into the ocean. Other rumors claim that Mangano was lured to a house in Long Island for a meeting, where he was killed, or that he was kidnapped off the street and killed. Either way, his body was never found, and his biological real family had him legally declared dead in 1961. It's said that the legal work was done by Vincent Mangano Jr., who became a lawyer rather than follow his father and uncle into the mob. The person who benefited the most from Mangano's disappearance and presumed death was Albert Anastasia. Both law enforcement and the underworld figured he was behind it. Sure, you could not kill a boss, but how could a murder be proved when there is not a body? Mangano's disappearance gave Anastasia plausible deniability. Plus, the murder of Philip eliminated the only person who could seriously rival the Mad Hatter's power in the family, while also sending a message to any other potential challengers. Anastasia was summoned to the commission to explain the disappearance of his boss. According to Joe Bonanno, he never admitted his guilt, while also claiming it was Mangano who was trying to have him killed. Costello backed this claim, and because no one wanted to challenge the violent Anastasia, his statements were accepted, and he was named the new boss of the family, which then took on his name. But while Anastasia's passion for violence drove him to rise to the top, his temperament was not suited for the number one position. In the second half of 1951, there was a case against a group of crooked New York cops that were in the mob's pocket. Anastasia and Luciano family capo Willie Moretti were supposed to pay off the chief witness to stop him from testifying. Instead, they skimmed most of the bribe for themselves, and the plan backfired. While the other families were angry at him, Anastasia spent a couple months holed up in his mansion compound so that he could avoid any attempts of retaliation. During this period, he managed to shift the blame for the snafu onto Willie Moretti. On October 4th, Moretti was gunned down in a restaurant. In February of 1942, Arnold Schuster, a clothing salesman with no connection to organized crime, was walking home when he noticed a famous and most wanted bank robber, Willie Sutton, walking down the street. He immediately told the police, and Sutton was arrested. Schuster became famous overnight for being a good citizen, but one person was very angry at him for what he did. Albert Anastasia saw the news report and said, "I don't like squealers." He then took out a contract on the man. On March 8th, Schuster was gunned down outside of his home. The story of Anastasia ordering the murder came from Joe Valachi. In 1955, the government successfully sent Anastasia to prison. It was a 1-year sentence for tax evasion. One of the witnesses at his trial was a contractor who worked on his massive mansion in Fort Lee, New Jersey. After his trial, the contractor and his wife disappeared. The only evidence for what could have happened was blood spatter found in their house. When Anastasia was back on the streets, the government tried to revoke his citizenship for lying on his application about his criminal record. The ultimate goal was to deport the man, but a judge shot this strategy down. The upper management for the rebranded Anastasia family at this point had Albert at the top, with Carlo Gambino as his underboss and Frank Scalise as the consigliere. During this time, the commission decided to open the books. One of the rules following the end of the Castellammarese War was that all of the family's official memberships would remain fixed. The only way for new members to join was for old ones to die, but the commission had final say on when this would happen. A rumor broke out that Scalise was selling memberships to associates for $30,000. Anastasia might have also been in on it, But once the word broke out, he placed all blame on Scalise. The old man needed to go, and on June 17th, he was gunned down in broad daylight on a crowded Bronx street as he was buying fruit. This event would later inspire a scene in the movie The Godfather. Although he didn't realize it, Scalise's death was the beginning of the end for Albert. While Vincent Mangano enjoyed a 20-year reign before his demise, his murderer and successor would barely last for 6. Anastasia was whacked in one of the Mafia's most famous hits when he was murdered in a barbershop at the Park Sheraton Hotel in Manhattan as he lay down for a shave with capo Vincent Squillante. 4 gunmen entered the place while Albert was vulnerable, and they unloaded a volley into him. And just like how anyone would expect, based on how he lived, the man was a fighter to the end. He meant to charge at his attackers, but instead he leapt at their reflections in the mirror before dying. Squillante was not killed and ran away from the scene as fast as he could. He would later be killed in the purges of the aftermath, when the family's leadership transitioned to Carlo Gambino. There are 2 main theories of why Anastasia was killed. In the Luciano family, Vito Genovese made a move against Frank Costello with an assassination attempt that narrowly missed blowing his head off. But Costello decided that his best move was to retire rather than fight back, which gave Genovese control of the family that now bears his name. Some say that Genovese, who did not like Anastasia and saw him as an adversary because of his relationship with Costello, conspired with the rest of the commission to take the Mad Hatter out. Anastasia was extremely dangerous, broke the rules, and his recklessness had the potential to destroy Cosa Nostra. Under this theory, Joe Gallo and his crew in the Pravacci family were the ones who did the killing. The second theory is that he was killed by a trio of capos in his own family who felt that Anastasia was about to have them murdered for some infraction. The hit against the boss was then made as a preemptive act of self-defense, similar to the logic Albert used with the commission to justify the danger Mangano presented to him. Vincent Mangano and Albert Anastasia were both gangsters, and although they were both very different in style, they formed a partnership of convenience that lasted for 2 decades. In life, their differences became more apparent, and it climaxed in Mangano's murder. But in death, they managed to find more in common. The rules for the Mafia state that a boss should not be killed without the commission's approval, as it carries a lot of risk for destabilization. When Mangano was murdered without permission, all of the commission members compromised the rule for their own personal benefits. The same could be said for Anastasia. If his death was approved, it was because he became a risk to everyone. And if he was killed by internal members of his family, the commission was okay with that too, because the man was a lot of trouble. Joe Bonanno called his autobiography A Man of Honor, and honor was a value that the Mafia claimed to cherish in the early days. But when these claims are made, it's best to remember the ancient proverb of, "There is no honor among thieves."
The Lufthansa heist, where almost $6 million in cash and jewels were stolen, has been immortalized in film thanks to Martin Scorsese's Goodfellas, along with a few other smaller and lesser-known movies. But none of these works tell the full story about what happened on the early morning of December 11, 1978. In some films, multiple real-life people were combined into single characters and individual events were omitted. In Goodfellas, we don't even see the actual heist happen because the film is told from the perspective of Henry Hill and he was not involved with it. Here is what really happened during the heist and its bloody aftermath, where almost everyone that was part of the crew was either murdered or disappeared. But before we begin, please give this video a like if you enjoy it and click on the button to subscribe. One character who was completely omitted from Goodfellas is the only person that was convicted for their role in the robbery. Louis Werner was the inside man for the heist. He worked for Lufthansa at JFK Airport as a cargo supervisor. He was employed by the airline for more than a decade when the heist occurred. Part of his job duties included meeting the planes when they arrived and taking possession of any valuables that might be on board, like cash or jewelry. The jewelry was on the plane because it was being delivered to different buyers and sellers across the globe, while the cash was the results of the airline's currency exchange services. Every day, Werner would see these valuables arrive, and he would bring them across the tarmac and into the cargo building, where they were then placed inside a vault. After being placed in the cargo building's vault, an armored car would come by in the afternoon to collect the valuables that just arrived from Europe. We'll never know how many times he wondered what would happen if some of this cash disappeared as he did his job, but the thought was there and it was strong enough to eventually act on. In Nicholas Pileggi's book Wise Guy, Henry Hill described Louis Werner as a degenerate gambler trying to support an estranged wife and a $300 a day gambling habit on a $15,000 a year salary. Needless to say, Werner had a lot of debt, and it wasn't the kind where you could file Chapter 11 bankruptcy and walk away from it. By 1978, it was estimated that he owed $18,000 to various bookies across New York City. His life was in danger thanks to his poor choices. He needed to get rich quick if he was going to survive. But the actual genesis for the famous 1978 heist began 2 years earlier on October 8, 1976, with an impulse on a routine day. A plane had just arrived from Europe and it was full of foreign currency. Werner went out to meet it. Back then, he was also in a lot of debt and he was desperate. He met the container which had the currency, opened it, and then disappeared. His official story was that he had diarrhea on that day and needed to use a toilet. After about 10 minutes, this cash that was sitting on the runway where dozens of people were working was taken back to the cargo terminal by Werner. As his contents were inventoried, it was discovered that a small cardboard box containing $22,000 worth of European currency was missing. As the person in charge of taking custody of the cargo, Werner was suspected of stealing and blamed for failing to secure its contents. But he stuck to a story about having diarrhea, and after a search, none of the missing cash was found on him or in the airport. He was not arrested and received a reprimand while keeping his job. Of course, Werner really did steal it, and his friend and co-worker, Peter Grunwald, was holding on to the stash. He did this because Werner promised him a $5,000 cut after they exchanged the stolen loot for dollars. Neither man was fully aware of what they got themselves into, but they knew that they needed to get rid of any evidence, minus the cash. They took the cardboard box that the money was transported in and cut it into pieces. Then, they drove around Long Island disposing of each piece in a different dumpster so that it could never be recreated and linked back to them. Next, they needed to figure out how to exchange the money without anyone noticing. After doing a little research, they learned that as long as each exchange was less than $500, it did not need to be reported to the U.S. Treasury. While this was great news for the pair, Werner was still under suspicion, and they thought it would be safest for them, as Lufthansa employees, to have a third party do the exchanges at different banks across the city. Werner then brought in his estranged wife's boyfriend, William Fischetti, to do the legwork. And everything worked out for Louis Werner. Werner paid Fischetti and Grunwald their $5,000 each. He paid his wife the back support money he owed her. Then, this degenerate gambler paid all of the bookies he owed money to and settled his debts. As a bonus, because he was never charged for the theft, he got to keep his job. Werner managed to solve a lot of problems in his life with this one move, and he got away with the perfect crime. He had the chance to start over with a blank slate, but he didn't. He continued to gamble, and in less than 2 years, he went from $0 to $18,000 in debt again. To get out from it, he was going to steal from his employer again. Of course, he couldn't use the same play, but if he could orchestrate a larger robbery of the terminal, he could make much more money, enough to take care of him for the rest of his life and then some. The two friends, Louis Werner and Peter Grunwald, started brainstorming in the spring of 1978. Grunwald saw the potential financial windfall they could achieve. $5,000 was not worth going to prison and losing his job for. But there was a larger number that could work for him, and to achieve this, they would need to steal $1 million minimum. They shook hands and decided to move forward. Grunwald's job was to assemble the robbery team, while Werner's supervisor level gave him detailed knowledge of the alarms in the terminal, along with all of the staff procedures. His role was to develop the plan and provide a layout of the building with the information of the alarm so that it would not go off during the heist. But Grunwald was either unable or unwilling to commit. Werner was getting desperate to do this, but as the year went on, nothing had progressed. The bookies were getting more aggressive about getting their money, and when football season began, Werner realized that he needed to do this without his friend. Many of the bookies that Werner owed money to did not usually interact with him directly unless they were making threats. After receiving a menacing phone call from one of his largest Mafia-connected creditors, Werner reached out to Frank Mena, who was the go-between for Werner and the bookies. After hearing his pitch, Mena promised to take it up to his boss, Martin Krugman. This was the same man that just made the menacing phone call to Werner. At this moment, the wheels were now in motion to carry out what would be the largest heist in American history at the time, though no one realized then how big this would end up becoming. Neither did most of the participants realize that their involvement would sign their death warrants. Organized crime is like a food chain. At the very bottom were the powerless, average Joe customers who used the services provided by the criminals, people like Louis Werner. Next you had the gangsters at the lowest level who did the legwork for their employers. Frank Mena, the man that Werner reached out to about the heist, was on this rung. Above Mena was Martin Krugman, a Jewish-American businessman who sold wigs and other men's hair care products across the tri-state area, while also operating behind the scenes as a bookmaker. As far as the organized crime hierarchy goes, Krugman was close to the bottom, but just above him was Jimmy Burke. Jimmy Burke was made famous by Robert De Niro's portrayal of him in Goodfellas. In that movie, the character was named Jimmy Conway, after Burke's family demanded more money than the studio was willing to pay for his name rights. Although he could be charming and was nicknamed the Gent, Jimmy Burke was nothing short of a psychopath. Henry Hill described him as someone you could have a dinner full of great conversation and laughter with, but when dessert came, he would not hesitate to shoot you in the back of the head as you glanced away. Jimmy Burke did business with Martin Krugman and loaned him money, but he did not like the man. Krugman was stingy and claimed that he could not pay the high interest rates Jimmy the Gent was charging. At the same time, Burke considered the low-level bookmaker to be a two-faced liar. Krugman's brick-and-mortar chain would air commercials that would come on late at night. Jimmy Burke was an insomniac, and he would watch TV when he couldn't sleep. Every time one of Krugman's spots came on, he would get angry that this guy could afford to put stuff on TV while pleading poverty that he couldn't pay back Burke's interest rates. But for now, Krugman did earn money for Jimmy the Gent, and that was enough to allow him to be tolerated. Krugman saw the potential of the Lufthansa heist, and immediately brought it directly to Jimmy Burke for his consideration. Among Jimmy's many illicit businesses, his specialty was hijacking. He operated his headquarters out of a bar he owned in Queens called Robert's Lounge, where some of the regulars were also part of his loose-knit criminal crew. One of these men was Joe Manry. His real last name was Manriguez, but he tried to hide his Hispanic heritage and pose as an Italian in the hopes that he could one day become a made member of the Lucchese crime family. He was overweight with a huge beer gut that earned him the nickname Buddha. Burke was warm to Krugman's proposal about pulling off this heist. They agreed that in exchange for the tip, Krugman would receive a finder's fee of 10%, minus the debt he already owed Burke. Burke then directed Buddha to get in touch with Louis Werner and work on the details of the plan to see how feasible it really was. Buddha was the only connection that Werner would have between himself and the crew that was to carry out the heist. For his benefit and theirs, the less Werner knew about who was involved, the better it would be for everyone. Werner was very detailed about the layout of the building, the operations of the staff, and how the alarm worked so that it could be bypassed. One key detail was that the vault room had 2 security doors to access it. The first door needed to be unlocked simultaneously with 2 keys, which then led to an anteroom where there was a second door. The first door needed to be locked again before attempting to open the second door, or else the silent alarm would be triggered. Buddha liked what he heard and relayed the information back to Burke. He estimated that the score from this job would be about $2 million. Burke was also in agreement that they had a great plan, but before they could move forward, he needed approval from those higher up on the organized crime ladder. Jimmy Burke was on a much higher level than Martin Krugman in the underworld, and he knew a lot of powerful people who trusted him to be competent and ruthless. But he was not a made man in the Mafia because he was not fully Italian. Instead, he was just an associate and could never rise any higher. But his reputation gave him direct access to a capo regime in the Lucchese family named Paul Vario. JFK Airport was in Vario's territory, so if this heist was going to go down, it would need his approval along with a piece of the score. Vario was open to the idea, but he needed to confer with the other crime families who also operated in the area. In the aftermath of this heist, it was inevitable that the heat of law enforcement would be turned up, and so the other families' businesses would be affected. Bonanno Captain Vincent Assaro gave his approval, while newly promoted Gambino Captain John Gotti consented as well. It was also negotiated that the vehicles used in the robbery would be brought to a junkyard Gotti owned in New Jersey to be crushed so that there would be no evidence for the police to find and link back to them. Jimmy Burke was given the green light. From the estimated $2 million haul, the Gambinos were to receive $200,000 or 10% of the loot. Burke would also have to kick up money to Paul Vario, the Bonannos, and Martin Krugman for his finder's fee. Louis Werner was also promised 10% of the take as well. This meant that half of the score would be divided to outside parties, while Burke's own crew was to be paid $50,000 each. In the end, Jimmy the Gent Burke expected to clear about $750,000 from this job. And no, he wasn't planning to declare that income. Burke already had a crew that he worked with regularly, so the manpower was in place and standing by. Now there was only one thing holding them up. They didn't want to rob the terminal when the cash inside was low. They wanted to go in when it was flush so that the reward would outweigh the risk. Buddha reached out to Louis Werner again, and he was instructed to inform them when there would be a lot of cash on the site. November came and passed without any instructions from Werner. The crew began to doubt that this job would ever happen. Then on Friday, December 8th, a large shipment of cash arrived at the airport in the afternoon. The Brinks truck drivers came to pick it up, but Louis Werner refused to release it unless his boss signed the approval forms. But his boss already left for the weekend and wouldn't be back. The drivers dutifully waited around for about an hour before their supervisor told them to forget about it and return on Monday. And so the cash remained locked up and secured at the terminal for the weekend. After Werner left work that day, he reached out to Buddha from a payphone to tell him that now was the time. As he laid in bed that night, he must have been anxious. His fantasy of robbing his employer of millions of dollars was about to really come true. And now, it was completely out of his control. Louis Werner woke up excited on the Saturday morning of December 9th, 1978, expecting that he just became a rich man. But there weren't any reports on the news about the heist, and he didn't get any calls from his employer or coworkers saying that something bad had happened. The terminal did not get robbed on Friday night, and he spent the rest of his Saturday in a tense mood. When the evening came, he perhaps made himself a drink and wondered if this was going to be the night. But when he woke up Sunday morning, everything was still the same. He was getting anxious. But he knew he couldn't reach out to Buddha and probe for information, as that might scare the crew off at best, and at worst, it might make them think that this was a setup from law enforcement and he was an informant. So he sat tight. But when Monday morning arrived, his life changed in ways that he could not imagine before. That day, at about 3 a.m., a black Ford Econoline van pulled up to the cargo terminal's gate. Meanwhile, a second car parked nearby. It was being driven by Frank Burke, Jimmy the Gent's son. Like his father, people who knew him described Frank as a psychopath, but with less charm than Dad. He and Tommy DeSimone, another highly violent member of the crew performing this heist, would both be combined in the Joe Pesci's Tommy DeVito character in Goodfellas, which won him an Oscar for Best Supporting Actor. Frank Burke's job that night was to sit tight and function as a crash car, meaning that if any cops pursued the van after the heist, he was to crash into them to end the chase. Inside the van were believed to have been at least 5 men. In addition to Tommy DeSimone, there was Angelo Sepe, a Lucchese family associate with a reputation for violence, Joe Buddha Manry, the man who planned the heist with Werner, Louis Cafora, who weighed about 300 pounds but was an expert stick-up man, and Robert Frenchie McMahon, who was friends and roommates with Buddha, so that the two hoods could keep their expenses low as they pursued a career in crime. There may have been an additional man on the crew named Paolo Licastri. Licastri was a gangster from Italy who was with the Gambino family. It is alleged that as part of that family's approval for the heist, John Gotti insisted that they have representation on the crew. Though this has never been positively proven, as none of the participants of this heist ever told their story and law enforcement was not able to bring them to court. Once the van went through the gate, it parked outside of the terminal. Buddha, Frenchie, and Cafora went inside, while DeSimone and Sepe waited in the van as lookouts. The reason why 3 a.m. was the chosen time for this robbery was because that was the lunch hour for the overnight terminal crew. According to Werner, there would be 10 people working that night who needed to be subdued. As they entered the building, the security guard was away from his desk. No one knew they were there. The first employee they encountered was John Murray, a senior cargo agent that was trying to catch a quick nap at his desk. He was rudely awakened and marched into the cafeteria, where 5 other employees were eating and relaxing. Murray was then ordered to tell the gunman who else was in the building. He answered that Kerry Whalen, a transfer man, Rudy Elrich, the night shift manager, Rolf Reberman, and a security guard that just started working there were somewhere inside. Murray was then marched back to his office and a gun was pointed at his head. He was ordered to get Rudy Elrich out of his office by telling him there was an important phone call from Frankfurt that he needed to take. Elrich stepped out and was quickly captured. Now they had 7 of the 10 employees, but where the hell were the other 3? They frantically searched the warehouse for the missing men but could not find them. Meanwhile, Sepe and DeSimone were waiting inside the van, with no idea of what was happening inside. At least one of them removed his ski mask because it was getting hot. Suddenly, another van pulled into the lot and it made them both very nervous. It was driven by Kerry Whalen, who had just returned from a delivery. He saw the black van, but assumed it was just a driver from another airline working in the same position he had. The 2 men in the van didn't like this though, and they leapt out. Whalen was quickly captured, but the struggle made some noise that captured the attention of another unaccounted employee named Ralph Redman. Both men were brought into the van and threatened that they would be killed if they tried anything other than listening to their instructions. As the crew searched the building, with Elrich as a hostage, they found the missing security guard named Samuel Veltri. He was busy going over his security instructions list as everything was going down, and ironically, was completely unaware of the robbery in progress. Inside the van, the two armed men were getting nervous. One of them went to the building to see what was going on. Through the door, he saw one of his fellow crew members searching the building. They spoke and learned about the two hostages in the van. Everyone was now accounted for. The cargo bay doors of the terminal were opened and the van drove in. Whalen and Redman were pulled out of the vehicle and marched inside to join the rest of the Lufthansa employees at the cafeteria. At some point, someone put up resistance to the crew and was pistol whipped for his trouble, but luckily he wasn't killed. With everyone now secured, the gunmen singled out Elrich and brought him to the vault. They revealed the knowledge they had about the alarm system doors, and warned Elrich that they had people at his house with his family as hostages. If he tried to engage the alarm, then they would be killed. Elrich had no choice but to open the vault door as ordered. The crew now had access to what they came for. 72 15-pound cartons of untraceable cash and jewelry were removed from the vault and put in the van. Once this was done, Elrich was taken to the cafeteria. Louis Cafora was believed to be guarding the employees as he had a very unique physical description due to his weight. During this time, he took a quarter from one of the employees being held at gunpoint so that he could buy a soda in the cafeteria vending machine. Most employees were handcuffed behind their back, but John Murray's hands were bound with rope, while Elrich was secured with plastic tape. It's not clear why the Lufthansa Heist crew did not bring enough handcuffs with them when they knew there would be 10 employees working. Once the staff was back together and secured, they were warned not to move for another 10 minutes. When they were planning the heist, Werner warned Buddha that it would take the Port Authority 90 seconds to respond to the alarm. Now the crew needed to act quick. 2 gunmen got into the van as it was now packed with more loot than they anticipated, while the rest had to jump in the waiting crash car with Frank Burke. Both vehicles drove away from the airport without any trouble and disappeared into the night. John Murray was the first employee that managed to free himself, and he instantly called the police. The heat was now on for the crew that robbed the Lufthansa cargo terminal. But what none of the men that participated in this heist knew was that they had more to worry about from the man who organized the job, Jimmy the Gent Burke. The van and the Buick, being driven by Frank Burke, arrived at an auto repair shop in the Castellammarese section of Brooklyn, where Jimmy Burke and Stack Edwards were waiting for them. Stax was an African-American, low-level hoodlum who aspired to be a blues singer while doing odd jobs for Jimmy to make ends meet. The 2 vehicles drove in and the garage door closed to give them privacy. The 72 boxes from the van were removed and placed into the trunks of the Buick and another car driven by Jimmy. Jimmy and his son drove in one car, while DeSimone, Sepe, Frenche, and Buddha left in the other. Stax took the van and was ordered to bring it to John Gotti's junkyard in New Jersey to be destroyed, while Louis Cafora walked a few blocks and was picked up by his wife. Paolo Licastri, if he was involved, most likely took the subway home. One thing for sure is that everyone walked away that night in a good mood, but it wouldn't last. The cargo terminal was flooded with police just minutes after John Murray broke free from his restraints and called for help. As the police and the Lufthansa company assessed the situation, they determined that $5 million in cash was taken with more than $800,000 worth of jewelry, making this the largest heist in American history at that time. And the authorities would be at a huge disadvantage for solving this one. Every piece of paper currency printed by the U.S. Treasury has a serial number. Usually when large amounts of cash are being physically transferred, all of the bills come from the same printing batch and thus have consecutive serial numbers. These numbers get recorded, and when stolen cash re-enters the banking system, it gets flagged, and the government can locate geographically where it came from to isolate where the thieves who are spending it are. But the money at the Lufthansa cargo terminal came from foreign currency exchanging. A soldier arriving in Germany has a $100 bill that he exchanges at Lufthansa's counter for local currency before he steps out of the airport. Behind him is a businessman from New York with $50. Every single piece of cash that was stolen came from different people from all walks of life. The serial numbers were not recorded and were completely random, making the cash that was stolen in the Lufthansa heist practically untraceable. After the Port Authority secured the terminal, the FBI, detectives from the Queens District Attorney, and detectives from the NYPD all arrived on the scene. By the time the sun rose that morning, 4 agencies were actively on the hunt for the gunmen, and they had 2 major leads. Rolf Redmond, the employee who was taken outside of the building and held in the van, told authorities that it was a black Ford Econoline. And Rudy Elrich told investigators that the thieves knew how the alarm for the vault operated, which meant that someone working there gave them that information. The van lead should have been a dead end because it was supposed to have been disposed of at John Gotti's junkyard, but for whatever reason Stax Edwards did not do his job. He parked the van illegally on the street and seemed to have forgotten about it while he went to get high. It was recovered by the police 2 days after the heist, and it didn't take long for investigators to connect it to the robbery. What was even worse was that when they dusted it for fingerprints, they found some. When Stax Edwards did not do his part, he signed his own death warrant. No matter how likable he was, he could get everyone involved in this heist known to law enforcement. Most importantly, Jimmy Burke. The damage he caused needed to be contained. He retreated to an apartment in Ozone Park, Queens, to lay low from investigators who were bound to get a match on his prints. On December 18th, 1 week after the robbery, his friend Tommy DeSimone arrived with Angelo Seppi to check up on him. They put 6 bullets in his head to guarantee his silence. Meanwhile, Louis Werner was largely uninvolved with the heist, except for his connections to Joe Buddha Mandry and Martin Krugman. But as investigators pursued their theory that this was an inside job, he landed directly in their sights, thanks to the $22,000 worth of foreign currency that disappeared 2 years earlier. Werner was tough and kept his mouth shut. He knew that the people who did this were dangerous, and if he cracked, then he would be dead. Besides, he had a nice cash payoff he could look forward to once all the heat blew over. Although Werner was the prime suspect, every employee was looked into, and Peter Grunwald also came under suspicion. Werner was given a small cut of the robbery to hold him over for now, and he gave a portion of that money to his friend in order to buy his silence. In the initial weeks of the investigation, both men remained silent, but that did not clear them of suspicion. It probably didn't help that Werner bought a new car and Grunwald paid off his debts during this time either. From the point of view of investigators, out of all the employees that could be the inside man, these two were the surest bets. It didn't take long before Stax's fingerprints were identified in the van, and when police found his dead body with 6 holes in the head as an execution, they knew they discovered another link to the robbery. A detective did not need to be Sherlock Holmes to learn that Stax was a regular at Robert's Lounge, which was owned by Jimmy Burke, a well-known career criminal and hijacker who spent more days in prison than he did outside of it in his youth. With a reputation like that, the dots were easy to connect. Jimmy the Gent was now suspect number 1 for masterminding the Lufthansa heist, but he was determined to get away with it, even if that meant destroying his own crew. While it's highly likely that Jimmy Burke did not know who Peter Grunwald was, Louis Werner was a loose end for him. But it needed to be assumed that he was being closely watched by law enforcement and should be off limits for now. Besides, by all appearances, he was keeping his mouth shut and playing dumb about the heist while patiently waiting for his cut once the heat cooled down. The same could not be said for Martin Krugman. While he was not a suspect and was thus off the radar, he wanted his 10% finder's fee now, which ballooned from an estimated $200,000 to more than $500,000. It's well documented that Burke did not like Krugman at all. According to Henry Hill, the thought of giving that much money to a scumbag like Krugman did not sit right with Jimmy the Gent. It made him sick to even consider giving that much cash to a person who just passed contact information along without taking any active planning in the heist or being part of the risk of carrying it out. Being an immoral gangster, Jimmy Burke rationalized to himself that Martin Krugman should be murdered on principle. Tuesday night, technically the day after the robbery, he ordered Henry Hill to bring Krugman to the Riviera Motel under the guise that they were meeting some prostitutes. Once there, Tommy DeSimone and Angelo Seppi were to kill him. Henry Hill and his wife Karen were friends with Krugman and his wife. Henry didn't feel comfortable setting up his friend. He tried to delay and talk Jimmy out of committing the murder, and somehow, his pleas appeared to have worked. Hill had already made plans with Krugman to go out that night, so they went to a bar and drank. Over cocktails, Krugman revealed what his cut from the heist was supposed to be, and everything clicked for Henry Hill about Burke's motivations. When Stax Edwards' corpse turned up a few days later, Krugman believed that he was the victim of a drug deal gone bad. Unaware of the danger he was really in, he continued to hound Jimmy Burke for his money. His excuse for being so pushy was that the inside man was demanding his cut, and he was just a messenger. Burke gave him $50,000 to shut him up for now. Krugman, in turn, passed $40,000 to Louis Werner, according to Henry Hill, but we can assume that he deducted the money he was owed from the gambling first. Christmas and New Year passed. As 1979 began, Krugman continued to be pushy about his share, and apparently started to believe that maybe Stax Edwards' death was connected to the heist and not a drug deal. Unfortunately for him, he appeared to lack the ability to keep these thoughts to himself, and they trickled back to Jimmy. Krugman went from being annoying to becoming a liability. On the morning of January 6th, Krugman's wife called Henry Hill's house to tell him that Martin did not return home from the night before and asked that he look for her missing husband. According to the book Wise Guy, which is a memoir about his life, Hill said, "I drove over to Vinny Asaro's fence company and I saw Jimmy's car parked outside. I walked in and said that Fran had just called me. Jimmy was sitting there. Vinny was sitting next to him. Jimmy said, "He's gone." Just like that, I looked at him. I shook my head. He said, "Go pick up your wife and go over there. Tell her that he's probably with a girlfriend. Give her a story." Krugman's body was never found. His estimated date of death is January 4th, 1979. He was legally declared dead in 1986. The Lufthansa heist has become more notorious in popular culture because of its aftermath, rather than the actual heist itself. This is because most of the people involved suffered from untimely deaths. While the majority were committed by Jimmy Burke to sever any connections of the crime between himself and law enforcement, there were some members of the crew who were murdered for unrelated reasons. Tommy DeSimone was the next participant to die, who was an example of the latter. Immortalized by Joe Pesci's performance in Goodfellas, the real-life person was slightly different than his on-screen counterpart, in that DeSimone was married and acted like a family man when he was not being a gangster. Both men were violent psychopaths who actually enjoyed killing people. The scene in Goodfellas when he murders the teenager named Spider because he stood up for himself apparently really did happen like in the movie. The murder of Gambino Family soldier Billy Batts was also similar to the movie, but there was one main difference from real life. In the movie, Tommy returns to the bar the same night to kill Batts for insulting him. In real life, he patiently waited 2 weeks for the man to let his guard down, and then struck like a cold-blooded predator. Jimmy Burke seemed to like him because both men lacked a moral compass when it came to murder. In fact, according to Henry Hill, they would sometimes drink together and have remember-when conversations about all the people they killed. Like Burke's former partner who spoke to the police and ended up strangled with a piano wire by DeSimone for his troubles. While Tommy DeSimone might have been a genuine friend to Jimmy and a member of his crew, there was one person who did not like him. Lucchese capo Paul Vario. There are two types of men in a mafia family. Those who were smart and knew how to generate money, and those that could enforce brutal violence to keep those operations in line. Tommy DeSimone was the second type, but he was too wild for Vario's tastes. To become the member of a family, you needed to have the ability to kill someone. But guys like Tommy were volatile loose cannons, which made them bigger liabilities than assets to the business-oriented leadership on the high rungs of organized crime's ladder. But despite Vario's low opinion of the man, word got out just after 1978's Christmas that Tommy DeSimone was to become a made member of the Lucchese family. He must have been ecstatic about how his life was shaping up. He just made a ton of money from the heist, and now he was about to become an official member of the Mafia. His future was looking bright. Just after Burke had Martin Krugman killed, he brought Henry Hill with him to Florida so they could chase down a professional scam artist who had cheated Burke out of $250,000 from a bogus coke deal. While they were traveling, Burke made a phone call to someone unknown to Hill to see how Tommy's induction ceremony went. When Jimmy returned, there were tears in his eyes. He told Hill that the ceremony was a setup and Tommy was executed. The deed was done by John Gotti and his crew, payback for killing Billy Batts and another guy named Fox, both who were made men in the Gambino family. Tommy killed them without permission, and in Cosa Nostra, he broke the rules, which in turn demanded a death sentence. On January 14th, 1979, Cookie DeSimone reported her husband missing to police. The first month of the new year was not even halfway over, and 2 more men connected to the largest heist in American history just a month earlier were murdered. And as the year progressed, the body count would continue to rise. As people began to die and disappear, law enforcement continued to aggressively push on with their investigation. In their minds, there was no doubt that this was done by Jimmy the Gent Burke and his crew. The only thing they didn't have was proof. There was plenty of hearsay, as known informants in the underworld relayed the rumors that the Roberts Lounge crew was behind the heist. This caused investigators to zero in on 4 suspects: Tommy DeSimone, Angelo Sepe, Frank Burke, and a man named Anthony Rodriguez. Rodriguez was a known criminal whose name in this story only comes up in the FBI's possible suspects list. There isn't any evidence or stories that place him as part of Burke's crew for the Lufthansa heist, so it looks like they got this one wrong. But DeSimone and Sepe were very strong leads. It is believed that they are the 2 gunmen who stayed behind with the van during the first phase of the robbery when they captured Kerry Whalen. During that time, Sepe became hot and removed his ski mask, allowing Whalen a chance to get a glimpse of his face. He would later pick out Sepe's mugshot when being interviewed by law enforcement. DeSimone had also removed his mask at some point during the crime and allowed his face to be seen. Like Sepe, another witness picked him out from his mugshot, but he would never be brought in for questioning. Authorities assumed that he went on the lam following the heist and the heat it was bringing. not knowing that he was already dead because of unrelated reasons. Assistant United States Attorney for the Eastern District, Edward A. McDonald, became the lead man for law enforcement, and he stepped up surveillance of Burke and his men. It turned into a cat-and-mouse game between the cops and robbers, with the crew becoming experts at slipping their government tails and disappearing for days, sometimes even leaving the state. Jimmy Burke was out of prison and on parole at the time, and McDonald could have thrown him back behind bars for a number of violations. But that wasn't going to help recover the money, so he chose to let him roam the streets and see where it might lead. On February 7th, 1979, McDonald decided to turn up the heat when he subpoenaed 10 people to appear in front of a grand jury, some of which were known Lucchese members. He announced to the press that Stax Edwards was believed to have been murdered by the missing Tommy DeSimone, and both men were connected to the heist. Next, the police made their move against Angelo Sepe. A witness reported seeing him armed at the time of the robbery, which was a violation of his parole. On February 17th, they arrested him and searched his house, hoping to find some evidence connecting to the heist, with the biggest hope being part of the loot itself. Instead, all they found was Jimmy Burke relaxing inside. Sepe was also charged with participating in the robbery, but he claimed to have had an alibi, and the only connection law enforcement had linking him there was Wayland picking out his mugshot. Sepe and Burke refused to talk, and in late March, the charges against Sepe were dropped, minus his parole violation. In April, Burke was arrested for violating his parole for associating with a known felon. This referred to when he was found at Sepe's house. These would be the most charges that either man would face in relation to the case. The leads to the Roberts Lounge crew were turning into dead ends thanks to disappearing suspects and a wall of silence. McDonald's only hope for this case was the 2 Lufthansa employees that he believed were involved. Law enforcement knew that Louis Werner and Peter Grunwald came into some large amounts of cash following the robbery, but both men claimed that those were the rewards of gambling. Neither man changed their story, and this appeared to be a dead end as well. But they soon had a break. Grunwald was summoned to appear in front of a grand jury, but before that was scheduled to happen, he had already planned a vacation outside of the country in Asia. As he tried to board his plane, he was unaware that due to his summons, he could not leave the country. He was picked up at the terminal and arrested. McDonald met personally with Grunwald to try and get him to flip, but he wasn't going to be persuaded. They transferred him to the Nassau County Jail and placed him in the general population so he could ponder what his future had in store. After a week, he decided that prison was not for him, and it certainly wasn't worth his tiny cut from the heist, so he decided to start talking. In addition to what he knew about the 1978 heist, he also told them about the time in 1976 when his friend Louis Werner stole a cardboard box full of money. After Grunwald told investigators everything he knew, they then went after Frank Mena, the bookie gopher who brought the heist to Marty Krugman. When he opened his front door and saw FBI agents standing there, the first words out of his mouth were, "I want immunity." Authorities also went after William Frischetti, Louis Werner's estranged wife's boyfriend, who laundered the money Werner originally stole. He instantly folded under questioning and was more concerned about his own wife finding out about his affair with Werner's wife, Beverly. The FBI next questioned Beverly Werner and Werner's current girlfriend, Janet Barbieri. Both women broke down under interrogation and admitted that Werner had boasted about his role in the heist. McDonald couldn't use his wife's testimony against Werner, but in his mind, Janet Barbieri was fair play. While Frank Mena's connection was between Werner and Marty Krugman, Krugman was dead already, so that link to Jimmy Burke was broken. But with 3 witnesses willing to testify against Louis Werner, McDonald decided he had enough evidence to go after the Lufthansa heist's inside man. On February 20th, Louis Werner was arrested outside of a bowling alley, just as he was trying to get into his brand new van that was purchased with the stolen cash. Jimmy Burke felt the noose of law enforcement tightening around him, and he was determined not to go to prison for this, while also trying to keep the millions he stole. And anyone blocking the path to his goal was going to pay with their life. On February 18th, 1979, a group of children playing in a part of Brooklyn called The Pit opened an abandoned tractor trailer and discovered a dead body inside that was frozen solid. The police were called and detectives Robert Kohler and James Shea were assigned to the case. A small address book was found hidden inside the man's clothes, sewed between layers and apparently unknown to his murderers. There was one contact inside this book that piqued their interest, James Burke. By now, all of law enforcement believed that Burke was the number 1 suspect of the Lufthansa heist. So they assumed that he killed this unknown man because he was connected to the robbery. They were 50% right with their guess. Dental records would identify the man as Richard Eaton. He could be described as a professional scam artist, if that was a real job. Earlier that year in January, Jimmy Burke was in Florida with Henry Hill when he learned about Tommy DeSimone's death. The reason why they were there was because they were chasing Eaton. He stole Jimmy's money during a fake drug deal, and Burke wanted revenge. While they couldn't find him then, he made the mistake of visiting New York, and that's when they appeared to get him. But these details wouldn't become clear until decades later, and the discovery of Eaton's frozen solid body has been linked to the heist in popular culture, thanks to the famous scene in Goodfellas. Another death, initially believed to be linked to the heist, that is most likely unconnected, was Teresa Ferreira, a beauty shop owner by day and drug dealer by night. She was said to have become a police informant, and on February 10th, she received a call at work. She told her staff that she was leaving for a meeting and would return in 15 minutes. No one ever saw her again, and a few months later, her dismembered torso washed up in New Jersey. It was only identified because there was a serial number on her breast implants. She was a regular at Robert's Lounge, and Henry Hill claimed that she was killed because she was supposed to launder money for Paul Vario, and instead tried to steal it. Law enforcement now dismisses this as unlikely, with the real reason for her murder being that she was a cooperating witness who helped orchestrate a large drug bust in November of 1978. But because she was a known associate of Jimmy Burke and vanished at a time when people connected to the heist were disappearing, there is a small possibility that she was involved in the Lufthansa robbery in some way. Jimmy Burke looked at the crew from that night to try and figure out who the weakest link might be. Angelo Sepe was a stand-up guy that did prison stints and committed murder when ordered. The character of Frankie Carbone was partially based on him, but the real-life version was much different than the on-screen one, especially in how he died. He was safe for now. Robert Frenchie McMahon and Joe Buddha Manry also seemed to be dependable guys, with a hardcore dedication to the life. Buddha might be a potential problem later, as he was the only contact between Werner and the crew. But Burke was willing to let that play out for now, as the man seemed loyal. He decided that the weakest link was Louis Cafora, and the reason wasn't that a witness could easily identify his extremely overweight body frame. The problem was his wife, Joanna. This was his second marriage, and he was head over heels for her. She always went with him to Robert's Lounge after they married in 1978, and always seemed to be close to her husband, sometimes within distance to overhear his conversations. This made his fellow gangsters uncomfortable because wives, while they had an idea of what their husbands did, were not supposed to be involved. What made Jimmy Burke even more upset with Cafora was that on the night of the heist, his wife drove out to pick him up. She knew more than she was supposed to, and that made her a liability along with her careless husband. The FBI also zeroed in on the couple, and they were brought into the 113th precinct for questioning, but both stayed firm in their denials and were released. However, police later claimed that Cafora had a change of heart and agreed to meet with them to tell them everything. He never showed up to that meeting. Both he and Joanna disappeared sometime in March and are presumed dead. But Burke was not able to relax. The government was fast-tracking the trial against Louis Werner to start in May, so that it could bring down pressure on Jimmy and his crew. Jimmy was under the microscope, so all he could do at the moment was wait. But he would still have a few moves left to play as everything continued to unfold. After people connected to the heist began to disappear or were murdered, Assistant Attorney General Edward McDonald knew that he had only one play left to connect the heist to Jimmy Burke, and that was Louis Werner. He was charged for his involvement with the robbery as the inside man, and bail was set at $1 million, of which half needed to be cash. He didn't have that much money, and even if he did receive his 10% cut and use it here, he would need to explain where it all came from. So he was forced to languish in jail and wait for the wheels of justice to turn. A few days later, a grand jury formally indicted him based on the available evidence. His lawyers could deny his guilt all they wanted, but for anyone looking at this case, it seemed to be beyond a reasonable doubt, thanks to Peter Grunwald and Frank Mena turning against him. His girlfriend Janet Barbieri also appeared to have turned her back on him as well, but he still refused to cooperate and accept his guilt. McDonald next charged Werner for the money he stole in 1976, which Peter Grunwald could testify about in addition to William Frischetti, who laundered the money. But still, Werner stayed silent, either out of hope that if he stuck through this, he would be paid $500,000, or he was afraid of the men who actually carried out the heist. His trial went about as well as anyone could guess, with multiple witnesses testifying against him about his gambling problem, his prior stealing of the money in 1976, and his planning of robbing the cargo terminal again with an armed crew. The only surprising moment of this trial occurred when Janet Barbieri was supposed to testify against her boyfriend. She backed out at the last minute, claiming that she loved the man and couldn't go through with it. But the feds would not let her back out of her earlier statements, so she pretended to be ill for 2 days and said she had a heart condition, and if she took the stand, she could die from the stress. The judge wasn't buying it and had her arrested for contempt of court. On May 11th, U.S. Marshals marched Barbieri in, and she changed her story on the stand, claiming that Werner never spoke about the heist to her. She cried and trembled the whole time she testified. To add to the courtroom drama, she collapsed 3 times and her testimony was moved to a private area. It was cut short when a doctor monitoring her said that her blood pressure and pulse were rising high. The judge then dismissed and released her. On May 14th, the prosecution rested its case. The defense did not call any witnesses of its own, opening the path for closing arguments to proceed the next day. On the following afternoon, the jury began their deliberations. Less than 24 hours later, on May 16th, the jury announced that Louis Werner was guilty of 3 of the 6 charges laid against him. He now faced a potential sentence of up to 25 years in a federal prison. Jimmy Burke was also following the trial, as it was the biggest threat against him. Werner kept his mouth shut during it, but if he was sentenced to the maximum, then there was a good chance he might flip. And while Joe Buddha Manry and Robert Frenchie McMahon may have been good guys, they could also flip when staring down that kind of time. Plus, Manry was the only link between Burke and Werner, which made him a double threat. Later that evening, hours after the guilty verdict was delivered, McMahon and Manry were found dead in a parked car in Brooklyn. Both had been shot in the back of the head. It was clear to the authorities that they knew who their killer was and considered him a friend. At the time, Manry was suspected as being part of the heist because of his connection to Burke, while McMahon was not on law enforcement's radar yet. Werner remained in custody. He awaited his sentencing as May turned into June. On June 26, the government brought the convicted, but not yet sentenced, inside man in front of a grand jury to give him one more chance to cooperate before appearing at the mercy of his judge. He refused. 3 days later, on the 29th, Louis Werner was sentenced to 15 years in prison plus a $25,000 fine. He was 46 years old at the time and continued to profess his innocence as he was taken to prison. Also in June, Paolo Licastri, the man who may or may not have been part of the robbery crew to represent the Gambino family, was found dead on Flatlands Avenue in Brooklyn, caused by 4 bullet holes. He was shirtless and shoeless in an area that newspapers described as a place for dumping unwanted things. So, as July 1979 approached, it was now more than 6 months from when the Lufthansa heist was carried out. Regardless of if it was a 5 or 6 person crew that carried out the robbery, Angelo Seppe was still alive. Jimmy's son Frank, who drove the crash car that night, was also above ground, and so was Jimmy. Everyone else connected to the job beyond Louis Werner and his associates were gone. Likewise, Louis Werner had 0 contact with any of the remaining men, so there was no way he could definitely lead authorities to them. Burke's name wasn't even brought up at Werner's trial. Instead, Martin Krugman's was, and he was missing. Jimmy Burke might have finally felt that he could relax because he got away with this. But law enforcement was not going to let the matter go so easily. U.S. Attorney Edward McDonald and his multi-agency network of investigators must have felt pretty confident after winning their trial against Louis Werner. One fact that gave them a lot of comfort was the large amount of money stolen. That money would need to be laundered for the people in the heist to actually enjoy what they took. And to do that, you need to bring in a lot of extra people to process it. While less than 10 people were involved in doing the dirty work of actually stealing the money, there could be another 30 involved in moving the cash. So eventually somewhere, the odds were good that someone would make a mistake. But the second half of 1979 was full of dead ends. They investigated many murders they suspected of being connected to the heist, but then ruled them out. They spoke to many witnesses who claimed to have information that turned out to be bogus. And the remaining men they believed to have been the perpetrators kept their mouths shut and stayed away from the money. When the 1-year anniversary of the case arrived in December, no progress was made since Werner's conviction in June. The case appeared to be cold, but 1980 would become a very bad year for Jimmy the Gent Burke. That April, Henry Hill, a close associate of Burke's who was not involved in the heist, was arrested for dealing drugs. He was also an addict at the time, which made his underworld associates afraid that he might cooperate with the FBI. He was initially against that idea, until federal agents shared some surveillance evidence that they found. The first was a wiretap, with Angelo Seppe trying to convince Burke that Hill needed to be killed in order to guarantee his silence. The next tape they played was Burke visiting Paul Vario to secure his permission. Henry Hill stayed quiet at first and was released on bail. He felt things out and quickly realized that the FBI was right. Burke was going to murder him. As he pondered his next move, MacDonald arrested him as a material witness in the Lufthansa heist. Hill had three choices: let himself get murdered, go to prison for decades, or cooperate against the people that wanted to kill him. He chose the third option. But investigators soon realized that Henry Hill was an extremely unreliable, drug-addicted, compulsive criminal. It was difficult for them to get concrete information from him, and it wasn't because he was stonewalling or trying to protect someone. His mind was just all over the place. Steve Carbone, the FBI agent who debriefed him, claimed that Hill had the mentality of an 8-year-old. He also did not have any real knowledge about the Lufthansa heist because he was not part of it. All his knowledge was secondhand and useless in a courtroom. Hill's lack of involvement in the heist was of particular interest to investigators because he appeared to be close with Burke. Hill explained that Burke wanted him involved, but couldn't because he had bad blood with Angelo Sepe after the two served time together in prison. Back then, another inmate roughed up Hill and he didn't defend himself. This caused Sepe to call Hill a queer and no longer want anything to do with him. Investigators thought they had caught a big fish when Henry Hill turned state's evidence, but they soon became disappointed. However, since the taxpayers were now footing the bill for his existence in witness protection, they needed to use him any way they could. Often that meant appearing as a witness in low-level trials. But one day he finally proved his worth by accident. Prosecutors asked him to help convince a woman that was part of his drug-dealing operation to cooperate. During the interview, she could not remember where she was on a particular date, which prompted Hill to remind her that they were together in Boston fixing basketball games. Hill was pressed further about the games, and law enforcement learned that Burke was part of a game-fixing scheme with 4 other people. He was arrested in 1980 and held without bail. In 1981, his trial came and he was found guilty. In January of 1982, he was sentenced to 20 years in federal prison. But if MacDonald hoped that the possibility of the 52-year-old spending the rest of his life behind bars would get him to trade something about the Lufthansa heist, he couldn't be more wrong. On February 6, 1984, Burke was indicted for the murder of Richard Eaton, the scam artist whose corpse was found frozen in a trailer by a bunch of kids. Thanks to Henry Hill's testimony, Burke was found guilty and sentenced to spend the rest of his life behind bars. While the government might have gotten him off the streets, the Lufthansa money was still out there, and the case was still considered unsolved except for Louis Werner's conviction. And any remaining participants that were still in the streets were not going to live happily ever after. As Jimmy Burke was facing the reality that he was going to die in prison, the only remaining people from the heist crew still alive were his son Frank and Angelo Sepe. Sepe would not live to see 1985. On July 18, 1984, he was found murdered along with his 19-year-old girlfriend, Joanne Lombardo. It was said that a week before his death, he robbed a drug dealer with mob connections. Those connections then went to work when they entered Sepe's basement apartment in Bensonhurst. Lombardo was killed as she slept with a bullet to her head. Sepe then received 3 more shots to his own. Frank Burke became an associate to the Gambino family. He was shot to death on May 18, 1987, by a convicted drug dealer on Liberty Avenue in the Cypress Hill section of Brooklyn. Because of Paul Vario's importance on the organized crime hierarchy, he is probably only one of the few people to get his cut from Jimmy, along with the Bonanno and Gambino families. In 1984, Henry Hill testified against Vario for providing him with a no-show job in the 1970s so that he could get out of prison on parole. Vario was sentenced to 4 years and was later convicted again for extorting protection payments from the air freight companies operating out of JFK Airport. He died in May of 1988 at the age of 73. Vincent Asaro, a capo in the Bonanno family, was charged as being part of the robbery in 2014. Based solely on the testimony of a cooperating witness that also happened to be his embittered cousin. A jury found him not guilty, and he walked away free. On April 13, 1996, Jimmy Burke died of cancer. Louis Werner, the inside man who came up with the idea of robbing his employer, probably had the happiest ending of anyone that was involved with the heist. After spending his first year in prison, Werner decided that he didn't like it there and couldn't do another 14 years. His lawyer reached out to ADA MacDonald to say that he would now like to cooperate. But Werner had a huge problem at this point. With Joe Budamanri and Martin Krugman both dead, he had no direct connection to Jimmy Burke, which meant that he had nothing valuable for investigators in 1980. But he really wanted to get out of prison. So his lawyer sent out a press release saying that his client was now cooperating. The publicity forced the government's hand to reduce Werner's sentence from 15 to 5 years. Once he was released, he was reunited with his girlfriend Janet Barbieri, and they were placed in witness protection. It's believed that he passed away in 2007 while living in Oklahoma. Peter Grunwald also entered witness protection after testifying against his former friend, but his fate is unknown. The bodies of Tommy DeSimone, Martin Krugman, Louis Cafora, and his wife Joanna are still missing. So are the money and jewels that were stolen on December 11th, 1978. But just because they haven't been recovered doesn't mean that someone didn't spend them somewhere. After all, what made the idea of this heist so irresistible to everyone involved was the fact that the cash was untraceable. Among the 5 families of New York, it is most dangerous to be the boss of the Gambinos. All of their leaders, prior to the formation of the modern Mafia structure in 1931, died from assassinations. Boss Vincent Mangano disappeared in 1951 and is presumed to have been murdered by his underboss, Albert Anastasia. Anastasia was then murdered a few years later by his underboss, Carlo Gambino. Under Gambino's leadership, the family prospered, and he died of natural causes in 1976. But his successor, Paul Castellano, was executed in one of the most well-known Mafia hits outside of Sparks Steakhouse in Manhattan. The hit was organized by John Gotti, who rejected the practice of staying in the shadows that his predecessors exercised, and he became a celebrity. Without a doubt, this infamous gangster is also the most famous. But his luck would run out in 1992, when the government convicted him and the rest of his top leadership for murders, racketeering, and many other felonies that threw them in prison for life. Despite spending his prison sentence in isolation, Gotti refused to relinquish control of the family and ruled through his son John Jr., who became the acting boss. But under Jr.'s watch, the family's fortunes went from bad to worse. It culminated with an FBI raid on his house, where almost $350,000 was found, along with a typed list of all of the official members in the Gambino family. On top of that, there was also a list of prospective members from other families. It is typical for the Mafia to have other families vet their potential members in order to ensure that police informants, undercover cops, and other undesirables do not get in. But common sense dictates that these lists should be destroyed when they're no longer necessary. In 1999, Jr. was convicted of racketeering, and he was replaced by his uncle, Peter Gotti. Things did not get better under Peter Gotti. In 2003, he was imprisoned, but remained the official boss of the family after his brother John's death in 2002. In 2008, 54 members and associates were arrested and indicted from a 4-year FBI investigation called Operation Old Bridge. In 2009, an NYPD investigation called Operation Pure Luck took down another 22 members and associates. What was once the most powerful Mafia family when John Gotti assumed control in 1985 had been written off as practically dead 25 years later. But the Mafia thrives best in the darkness, where no one is looking. While the government might have thought that they scored a major victory with all of these arrests, they also created a power vacuum. And for the first time in decades, the Gottis lost control of the family. The new leadership would take the organization out of the spotlight and into the shadows, where it managed to regain its strength under everyone's nose. And one of the people who was instrumental during this process was Francesco "Frankie Boy" Cali. The exact details of what happened next are murky, but following Peter Gotti's loss of power, it's believed that the family was controlled by a ruling panel of the family's most powerful captains. Dominic Cephalou, who hailed from the family's increasingly powerful Zip faction, meaning Sicilian-born members of the Italian-American Mafia, is believed to have assumed the title of boss in 2011. Frank Cali was born in Brooklyn but had very close ties to the Sicilian faction, along with close relationships to the high-ranking members of the Mafia in Sicily. The FBI believes that he was elevated to the position of underboss in 2012. Once the new leadership was firmly established, details about the Gambino family from this point on appear to be few and far between. It's speculated that sometime around 2015, Cephalou decided to retire, which led to Frank Cali becoming the family's next leader. The 2010s appeared to be a decade where the shattered family regrouped and rebuilt itself to become powerful again while remaining under the radar. They were still active, but there were no gang wars or major FBI or NYPD busts. Things appeared to be as peaceful as they could be in the world of organized crime. But on March 13, 2019, Frank Cali suffered a fate that was all too common for his predecessors when he was gunned down outside of his home. He was shot multiple times from a 9mm handgun and held on just long enough to make it to the hospital, where he died less than an hour later. For investigators, it seemed obvious when another Gambino boss was murdered, the deed must have been done by someone else in the Mafia. But they would soon learn that the truth in this case was stranger than any fiction that anyone could create. But before we begin, don't forget to give this video a like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you. Frank Cali was 20 years old when John Gotti took control of the Gambino family with his hostile takeover. Cali would later become close with the family's Zip faction, which was composed of Sicilian-born members imported from Italy to strengthen the organization's ranks. But he himself was an American, born in Brooklyn to immigrant Italian parents. As a young man, Frank Cali was tough, and he soon became noticed by Gambino capo regime Jackie D'Amico, who took him under his wing and became his mentor. Cali's name first showed up in FBI files from 1996 because he was running a phone card scam for the crime family. Essentially, Cali and other mobsters created a company called CNC that purchased international phone calling cards from a company called WorldCom. This was in the days before widespread internet phones and video calling, where the cheapest way to call someone else in another country was to purchase a prepaid phone card that contained a certain number of minutes. At first, WorldCom was paid timely for their cards, which allowed the company Cali ran to establish credit with WorldCom's accounts department. Once they had that, they ordered large amounts of the phone cards in bulk, sold them to customers on the street, and did not pay back WorldCom while pocketing all of the money. Oftentimes, they sold the cards below their face value in order to make the quickest amount of cash possible in the shortest amount of time. They didn't care because they viewed it as 100% profits, since they had no intention of paying back WorldCom. The FBI believes that this scam defrauded the company of $94 million. During the phone card scam, Cali was listed by law enforcement as a proposed soldier, which meant that he was not officially inducted into the Mafia at this point. He showed up on the FBI's radar again in October of 1997 during a spot check. Spot checks are when surveillance watches known mob hangouts to record who is coming and going. In that year, he was described as a recently made member of the Gambino family. Very little FBI intelligence has been released to the public after these dates. In the following years, Cali became an emissary to the Sicilian Mafia clans for the Gambino family, while also growing his own rackets in America to enrich himself. One of these activities involved the extortion of mob taxes from businessman Joseph Valero. Valero would later be arrested for possession of cocaine, and to avoid charges, he became a cooperating witness. This would lead to a massive indictment of 54 members and associates of the Gambino family in 2008 under an FBI operation codenamed Old Bridge. In 2005, Jackie D'Amico was promoted to acting boss, while Peter Gotti was in prison. Frank Cali was in turn made captain for D'Amico's old crew. 3 years later, he was arrested for extortion, racketeering, and conspiracy because of the Old Bridge investigation. He pleaded guilty and spent 10 months in jail. By 2009, he was back on the streets. From this point forward, the Gambino family, under the new management of Dominic Cephalou, retreated into the shadows. And as remaining members became more cautious of how they did business, they slipped off the radar and became secretive again. It is believed that Cali was promoted from acting captain to acting underboss in 2012. By 2018, a New York Daily News article claimed that he was now the family's acting boss, and that he had infused the organization with zips, while also bulking up their heroin and oxycodone distribution business. But despite the unwanted press, he remained on the streets. When we picture mafia bosses, we often think of the fictional Corleone family from The Godfather, who lived on a secure compound with walls and guards. But the reality is that they tend to have the appearance of living normal lives in suburban homes that are not flashy. They blend in with the middle class of America. Frank Cali lived in the upscale section of Tote Hill in Staten Island. And while his home has been called a mansion, it exists in a neighborhood with similar homes and did not stand out. His house had security cameras, and it's safe to say that he kept guns inside the home. But he did not have any armed guards with him like a drug cartel lord. He projected himself as modest and felt relatively safe given his position in the underworld. So when he answered the doorbell on the evening of March 13th, 2019, he didn't expect that the young man who rang it would be a danger to him. But this would turn out to be a deadly mistake. At about 9:15 p.m. on March 13th, 2019, a blue pickup truck pulled in front of Frank Cali's Cadillac Escalade that was parked on the street in front of his house. The driver put his vehicle in reverse and deliberately backed into Cali's car, causing enough damage for the license plate to fall off. The driver then picked up the license plate with his bare hands and proceeded to walk to the front door of Cali's home. He rang the doorbell and Cali answered. He explained to the Gambino boss that he had just hit his car, which prompted Cali to come outside and survey the damage. This was all captured by Cali's video surveillance cameras on his property. What happened next is unclear because Cali did not survive long enough to tell anyone his side of the story. But according to his killer, Cali became angry with the driver and repeatedly shouted, "Do you know who I am?" He moved his hand to his waistband to possibly pull a gun. This prompted his killer to draw his own 9mm handgun and fire at Cali, in which he claimed was self-defense. Cali tried to run and used his Escalade as a shield between him and the driver, but it was futile. Within seconds, he was laying in the street with multiple bullet wounds. Some news outlets report he took 6 shots to the chest, while others claim it was as many as 10. The driver then went back to his blue pickup truck and reversed it over Cali's mortally wounded body, just in case the bullets were not enough to kill him. He then sped away and disappeared into the night. Francesco, Frankie Boy Cali, was taken to the hospital, where he was shortly declared dead. It was clear from the get-go that this was a deliberate assassination attempt, and because of Cali's leadership position within the Gambino family, it was assumed that it was probably a mob hit, a fate that many men in his position suffered before him. But there were others who did not think that his death was committed by the Mafia. For starters, the mob does have a code of ethics, and although it's usually broken, it is considered unthinkable that a made man would be killed inside his home while his family is present. So for most investigators familiar with organized crime, this did not make sense.
We are well aware of Mr. Cali's past. That will be a part of this investigation as we determine what was the motive for the incident on Wednesday evening. There are multiple angles that we are still exploring.
And as investigators sifted through the initial evidence, it became clear that Cali's assassin was not a professional. When he walked to Cali's front door, he was captured by multiple cameras and his face was clearly seen. The license plate he handed to Cali had his fingerprints on it. And there were also fingerprints on the Escalade as well that detectives figured probably belonged to the killer. And then the police caught their biggest break. Our neighbor's camera captured a clear image of the blue pickup truck as it sped away from the crime scene. They could now trace it. 3 days later, on March 16th, the driver was tracked down to a township called Brick in New Jersey. U.S. Marshals, the NYPD, and local police swarmed the house he was hiding in, and he was arrested without incident.
Earlier today, members of the Detective Bureau, together with our partners in the Regional Task Force, placed into custody a 24-year-old male, Anthony Camello. Mr. Camello is currently being held in jail in New Jersey, pending court appearances, where we anticipate we will have him return to Staten Island to face murder charges for the death of Francisco Cali, which occurred on this past Wednesday evening.
The suspect was revealed to be 24-year-old Anthony Camello, and besides a few traffic violations, he had no history or known ties to crime. Camello was extradited back to New York, and on April 3rd he was arraigned. He was represented by attorney Robert C. Gottlieb. Despite having legal representation, Camello decided to waive his right to be silent. He spoke with investigators, and while the last explanation he gave for killing Cali is the most sensational, as it involves extremist politics in a heavily politically divided time, it should be noted that he gave multiple explanations that were proven not to be true, so anything he said should be examined with scrutiny. Camello never denied that he was at Cali's house or that he shot him. It was his motive that constantly changed. The first story was that he was dating Cali's niece, and the mob boss tried to squash that relationship because he felt that Camello was not good enough for her. He went to Cali's house to try and change his mind and get his blessing. But the mob boss became angry and tried to attack Camello, which prompted Camello to shoot him in self-defense. Then he changed the story and said he made up the relationship with the niece. He didn't make enough money to be able to afford a girlfriend. Instead, he was driving around high on marijuana and accidentally hit Cali's car. He was just doing the right thing to inform the mob boss about what he did, but Cali became angry, and Camello was jumpy, so he shot him in self-defense. And he didn't mean to bring the gun with him specifically to murder Cali. He always just had one on him for self-defense. No, wait, that wasn't it. He did go there to kill Cali, but he did it only because he was being blackmailed by a stripper with HIV. Or maybe the real story was that he learned through the grapevine that someone else was going to kill Cali, and he was just there to warn him. Or maybe someone in organized crime did pay him to whack Cali, and all the evidence has since been destroyed. These motives were all over the place, and nothing was sticking. Then came the last story. During his extradition hearing that March, Camello showed his palm during the procedure, and there was a giant Q drawn on it. The Q is related to QAnon, an online conspiracy theory where someone named Q leaks information to his followers that the government is full of pedophiles, and Donald Trump is going to unleash the full power of the military to root them out and expose them. Camello then came up with a story where he believed that Cali, as a mob boss, was part of the deep state, and he went to his house to perform a citizen's arrest. Cali became violent, and you could probably guess the next part of the sequence as told by Camello. He shot Cali in self-defense. Camello was said to have showed up at Gracie Mansion before this incident to perform a citizen's arrest on New York Mayor Bill de Blasio, but it went nowhere and charges were never filed against him. So for sensational media, during a highly partisan time looking to discredit a conspiracy theory linked to then-President Trump, This story was a jackpot. But given Camello's history of making up stories and changing them at will, the QAnon connection needs to be taken with a grain of salt, especially because this has never been proven in a court of law through his trial for murder. You see, one thing that is true about Camello, which has been proven in court, is that he is not mentally fit to be tried. In layman's terms, he is insane, with multiple psychologists and court-approved medical examinations all in agreement. In 2020, his trial was placed on hold, and he was moved from the prison system to a secure mental health facility at an undisclosed location in New York State for an indefinite amount of time to be treated. One aspect about this case that has puzzled many is why hasn't the Gambino family retaliated against Camello? It seems odd that a large and dangerous criminal organization would not want revenge against the person who murdered their leader. Camello was kept in protective custody during his time while waiting for his trial. Because he was away from the general population, there was only a limited amount of people he had contact with, and it was probably all recorded on video, so the family did not have the opportunity then. And now, given how Camello is considered a dangerous criminal during his stay at the mental health facility, it seems likely that he is also isolated and kept under lock and key there. Anthony Camello seems to have three possible destinies right now. One is that he never leaves the mental health facility he is in and dies of natural causes. The second is that the Gambinos somehow managed to murder him. The third is that one day he does get better, which could then jumpstart the process of his trial resuming. Either way, it seems like the man who murdered the mob boss for non-mob reasons will never be free again. And while the Gambinos lost their leader, we can be sure that someone new has taken his place. But only time will tell who exactly it was. New York City is recognized as the center of the Italian-American Mafia because it is the headquarters of the infamous Five Families. The start of those organizations began in the 1890s when Sicilian immigrant Peter Morello settled in the area and founded what would evolve into the Genovese family. But it's believed that before coming to New York, he spent time in Texas and Louisiana. And in the city of New Orleans, there were two rival mafia families that had their beginnings during the 1880s, a full decade before the mafia in New York would get its start. And as these two groups grew in power, they soon found themselves in conflict with each other, which in turn got the attention of the public, with pressure put on law enforcement to bring justice to these foreign criminals. The Mafia of the 1880s decided to fight back against the government with brutal tactics that were meant to strike fear into anyone who opposed them. Unfortunately for them, the people in the post-Civil War Deep South were not going to roll over, and they took justice into their own hands when the law seemed powerless. And when they were done, the Mafia of New Orleans was almost wiped out. Here is their story. But before we begin, if you end up enjoying this video, please be sure to give us a like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you. The island of Sicily, off the coast of Italy, has seen more than its fair share of invaders since recorded history began. The Phoenicians, Carthage, Roman Empire, Greece, Byzantine Empire, Arabs, French, and Germans had all at one time or another claimed and ruled over the island. The Romans held on to the island the longest, and during the 600 years of their occupation, they transformed the place from a forest into plantation estates, where slaves grew wheat that was shipped to the Italian mainland. After the fall of the empire, these slaves became serfs, and the owners of the estates became feudal lords. The island became heavily divided between the wealthy ruling class, who were few, against the poor peasants that far outnumbered them. This division created a lot of amnesty against the powerful, and the Sicilians developed a distrust for government authority as part of their culture. By the 18th century, little had changed in the island's social structure in over 1,000 years, despite the constant revolving door of occupiers. It was as if the Renaissance and Enlightenment skipped over the island, leaving it still in the Dark Ages. No one is exactly sure of where, when, or how the word mafia originated, but it was first recorded in an 1863 play called Il Mafiosi della Vicara. The word was already in popular speaking use, and it was used to describe the strong men that the estates hired for enforcement and protection. During the second half of the 19th century, the closed island of Sicily began to be noticed by the rest of Europe. Giuseppe Garibaldi visited the island during his quest to unite Italy in the 1860s, and he recognized the power that the strong men and their gangs had. He used them as proxies to help bring the island under his control. Although the term mafia existed at this point, we will refrain from using it to describe this period, as the groups that would evolve into that organization were at this time more like a loose network of unorganized bandits. By 1875, the Victorian Age was in full swing, and the Industrial Revolution transformed Europe and America. But Sicily was still an undeveloped backwater that was full of dangerous crime. But for an enterprising businessman, a developing market has the potential for huge growth with limited competition that could create a fortune for the bold. British businessman John Forrester Rose thought this island could provide an opportunity to make him filthy rich, and so he decided to put his boots on the ground to see what was there before making any actual investments. It turned out to be the worst mistake he would ever make. At the Vicara Friedi train station, he was kidnapped by a group of bandits led by Antonio Leone. Leone sent a ransom demand to the British government for £5,000. The government was reluctant to pay, as this would incentivize others to kidnap more of their citizens, and in their hesitation, one of Mr. Rose's ears was mailed to them as proof that the kidnappers were not playing around. The British then tried to negotiate, but their offer was counteroffered with Rose's second ear. They paid the ransom, and an earless John Forrester Rose was returned alive. The British Empire was the most powerful country in the world during this time, and they were furious. They pressured the Italian government to send a response to Leone and his gang. The Italian army was dispatched and hunted the bandits down. A battle broke out that resulted in Leone and most of his gang being killed, but one of them, Giuseppe Esposito, escaped and went on to take control of the remnants of the crew. They moved into the mountains to avoid the authorities and regain their strength. But their prosperity was only temporary. Soon the gang was ambushed and captured by the government. Esposito managed to evade them again, but he realized the writing on the wall and figured that his best chance was to turn himself over to the corrupt officials that were in his pocket. He was then transferred to Palermo to await trial, and somehow he magically escaped. With Italy no longer safe, he fled to southern France and decided that his best chance was to leave Europe. He first boarded a ship to New York where he entered the country, and then moved on to New Orleans to join a newly established Italian community. And it was there in the late 1870s that he founded what could then be called America's first Mafia crime family. The history of the Italian Mafia in America can be divided into two phases. The second one that we are most familiar with began in 1931, and it's known as Cosa Nostra. This is when Lucky Luciano took control of organized crime following the Castellammarese War, and he established the official families, rules, and the commission to rule over the country's entire underworld. But the period before this is known as the Black Hand. This began when bandits from Sicily arrived in America during the 19th century and started gangs that would develop into the families of Cosa Nostra. It was a cruder time when many rules were unspoken and not clear, but as the Mafia became more Americanized, it also became more sophisticated. New Orleans had had Italian gangsters since 1860, starting with Raphael Agnello. He led a gang from Palermo, and after the Civil War, he tried to consolidate control over the other Sicilian gangs in the city. In 1869, he was rewarded with a gunshot to his head, and his brother Joe assumed leadership. A war broke out between the gangs that lasted until 1872 with Joe's death. For the remainder of the 1870s, the Italian gangs were fractured without one person in control. But that was about to change with the arrival of a powerful mafiosi from Sicily. When Giuseppe Esposito arrived in New York in 1879, he was a fugitive on the run from his own country. He traveled under the false name of Vincenzo Rebello, and he quickly made his way to New Orleans, where a small and growing Italian immigrant population was prospering. It is said that Esposito tried to start a new life by becoming a fisherman, but humble work did not suit him, and he soon quickly fell back to the gangster skills he developed in Sicily. Not every Italian immigrant in New Orleans wanted an honest living, and there were some criminals already in the population when he arrived. Esposito was able to bring them together into his own gang, called the Black Hand, thanks to his reputation from his old country. Esposito's right-hand man in his quest to take over the underworld of 19th century New Orleans was another Italian named Joe Provenzano. Together they created what would be traditional mob businesses. They controlled the dock workers through violence and intimidation, which gave them control over the port and the businesses that depended on it. They also began to shake down local Italian-owned businesses for protection money, which in reality meant you pay me not to harm you. At the same time, he built up a fleet of fishing boats to maintain a legitimate business front. And most Americans were blissfully unaware that the Mafia was flourishing in the city that acted as the gateway to the Mississippi River. But as his prominence grew, the smaller gangs there were faced with two choices: join him or become an enemy. Tony Labruzzo was a criminal that arrived in the U.S. before Esposito, and he didn't appreciate this newcomer moving in on his market share of the extortion business. He knew that he didn't have the strength to stand up to the new boss, but he was not going to bend the knee either. So, he broke what was then an unspoken rule and ratted to the Italian consulate that a wanted criminal from Sicily was hiding out in New Orleans. The Italian consulate hired the private detective firm of Mooney and Boland to follow up on this lead and track the wanted fugitive down. On July 5, 1881, the private detectives were aided by New Orleans police detectives Mike and David Hennessy as they tracked Esposito down to the St. Louis Cathedral. Esposito was swiftly arrested and transported to New York for an extradition hearing. But while he didn't put up a fight with the cops, his time in America taught him that the liberal justice system could be easily manipulated. Members of the Italian community in New Orleans traveled to New York to testify on his behalf as character witnesses. Esposito also protested that the police captured the wrong man, and he was really Vincenzo Rebello. But by September, the authorities were positive that they captured the real Giuseppe Esposito, and they deported him to Rome. In the ancient city, the Mafia of Sicily had little influence. He was convicted of multiple murders and sentenced to life in prison. We don't know exactly when he died. Esposito left behind a wife and child in New Orleans, and after his deportation, the crime family he founded did not take care of them, and their fate became lost in time. Likewise, the family that he founded was not organized enough for a peaceful transition of leadership, and it ended up splitting apart. Joe Provenzano would lead one faction with his brother, while the other group was led by Charles and Tony Mantranga. Very little documentation exists about the activities of the New Orleans Mafia in the 1880s, but we can probably assume that the initial split between the two factions started as amicable, but eventually they hit a point where one could only gain market share at the expense of the other, and in the gangster world, that is considered an act of war. What we do know for sure is that these two groups, plus one of the detectives who took down Esposito and became a police chief, would all become intertwined in 1890 when a violent conflict would break out that would expose the Mafia to the American public for the first time, and the people in the Deep South wouldn't take so kindly to it. America during the 19th century was a magnet for immigration from Europe. People from Germany, Ireland, Italy, and many other countries would arrive in cities like New York, and from there they would spread into all corners of the rapidly growing nation. David Hennessy, one of the detectives that arrested Giuseppe Esposito in 1881, was the son of Irish immigrants. His father, David Sr., fought for the Union during the Civil War, and during the Reconstruction era, he was a member of the Metropolitan Police. He would be murdered by a fellow policeman in 1869 when David Jr. was just 11 years old. Perhaps the death of his father fueled a passion for justice in the young boy, because he would grow up to follow his father's footsteps by joining the police and eventually rising to the top job of chief. Just 1 year after his father's murder, he was employed by the police force as a messenger. When he was only a teenager, he caught two thieves in the act, beat them with his bare hands, and dragged them to the police station. When he turned 20 years old, he was promoted to detective. The capture of Giuseppe Esposito made him a star in the city of New Orleans, but 1882 would derail his meteoric rise when he was tried for the murder of a fellow policeman. He claimed self-defense and was acquitted of the charges, but he decided to resign from the police force to protest that his case had actually made it to trial. New Orleans in the 1880s was a growing city with a huge crime problem. In the aftermath of Reconstruction, federal troops were pulled from the city with the idea that the locals would go back to ruling themselves, this time with African Americans also having a say. The result was an outbreak of violence and chaos, which would eventually end with the establishment of the Jim Crow system. But Jim Crow and one-party rule by the Democrats was still in the future. To combat rising lawlessness, the politicians from both parties agreed that they would give police powers to private security companies as an emergency measure. David Hennessy went on to be employed by one of these firms, and so he was able to stay popular with the people as a public safety expert. He was personally put in charge of the security for the 1884 World's Fair in New Orleans. Newspapers from the time described his team as neatly uniformed, fine-looking, and an intelligent body of men, far superior to the regular city police force. In 1888, recently elected Mayor Joseph Shakespeare came to Hennessy with a job offer: become chief of police and reform our force. The offer was accepted, and over the next 2 years, the public began to notice improvements with their police department. While Hennessy's career was growing, so were the two mafia families of New Orleans. We're not exactly sure how many members were in the Provenzano and Matranga families, but we do know that in addition to being ruthless gangsters, The leaders of each group were also wealthy businessmen who would use the spoils of their legal and illegal businesses to grow their aspiring empires. Also, during the Black Hand period of the Mafia, it was not nearly as organized as it would be in 1931. We can assume that these families operated more like street gangs, with each side recruiting Italian immigrants with bandit experience into their ranks as soon as they stepped off the boats. In the early 1880s, in addition to businesses like brothels, saloons, and protection rackets, each family was heavily invested in the produce market that New Orleans was the center of. The Matrangas had control of the actual marketplace where farmers would sell their goods to retailers, while the Provenzanos controlled the labor on the docks that the produce would enter the city from, with dock workers needing to kick up a percentage of their wages for the privilege of working. But in 1885, the dynamics changed, after Charles Matranga struck a deal with major produce importer and suspected mobster Joseph Macheca to provide labor for the unloading of his merchandise. With Matranga having the legal contract for providing the labor, along with the means to fight back against any violence that Provenzano could use to crush any other businessman who didn't have a violent gang to back him, the Provenzano family was muscled out of their racket on the docks. A feud began between the two groups, with violent incidents taking place. Now, because this was the Mafia, and it was also the early days of Italian immigration, almost no one outside of the little Palermo community was aware of what was happening, because gangsters and civilians all followed a policy of not speaking to the police. The fighting between the two groups took place over a few years, and it didn't have the shocking violence and high body count to upset the public like Al Capone's takeover of Chicago or the Castellammarese War in New York. But it did start to attract the attention of law enforcement. So by the time David Hennessy became chief of police, he was familiar with the Mafia already thanks to his experience with Giuseppe Esposito, and he quickly deduced that the violence in the Italian community was being caused by the people who once worked for the man he had captured and deported. Hennessy appears to have not had a favorite side in this fight, and each faction was attacked equally, with members from each group being arrested and sent to prison. Suddenly it appeared that this two-way war between rival gangs was turning into a three-way contest, with law enforcement now entering. The Mafia had no respect for the police in Sicily, and they would show the same contempt towards the American counterparts, and as ruthless as they were, this would turn out to be a huge and deadly miscalculation that would almost wipe them away. For New Orleans Chief of Police David Hennessy, the term Mafia just meant Italian hoodlums. He was aware that the leaders of these groups were prominent businessmen, but the guys on the street doing the dirty work were nothing more than common criminals in his opinion. But knowing that his resources were limited, he decided that the best way to end the feud between the Matrangas and Provenzanos was to broker a truce between the two leaders. And by the time 1890 rolled around, he did just that, and figured that New Orleans Mafia problems had been solved for now. But peace between the two groups unraveled on the early morning of May 6. After a late night of unloading fruit from a steamship, 6 stevedores from the Matranga family were heading home on a horse-drawn wagon. Newspapers from the time listed their names as Tony Matranga, Bastiano and Cardona, Anthony Locasio, Rocco Garacci, Salvatore Sinceri, and Vincent Caruso. As they approached Claiborne Street, an unknown amount of gunmen suddenly unleashed a volley of bullets into the wagon. 3 of the men in the wagon were wounded, with Tony Matranga's leg needing to later be amputated. The men in the wagon were armed and fired back, which prompted the gunmen to recede into the darkness and disappear into the night. To the Matrangas, it was obvious that the Provenzanos were behind the ambush, and they had betrayed the truce Hennessy brokered. The war would be back on. Hennessy likewise felt betrayed as well, and he personally took charge of all investigations into the Mafia. Taking down this organization had now just become very personal. Contemporaries and historians have referred to Hennessy as a partisan, because his response to the ambush was almost an exclusive persecution of members of the Provenzano family, while the Matrangas were able to carry on without much interference from law enforcement. But it was the Provenzanos who violated the peace, so it seems reasonable that the police chief saw them as the greater danger that needed to be removed from society first. And he might have also been playing a longer game against the Matrangas to take them down as well. Using the connections he built with Italian authorities, he was coming into the possession of information linking Matranga's men to criminal records in Sicily. We can assume that the purpose of this would be to arrest these men for the crimes they committed abroad and then extradite them back to Italy where they could be prosecuted, just like what happened to Giuseppe Esposito. So we know that Hennessy was not really a partisan in the feud that was turning into a war, and that both sides saw him as an immediate threat. One group decided that the best way to deal with the chief of police was to assassinate him. It would be an audacious move, But perhaps they figured that without the righteous David Hennessy at the helm, the police force in the city would revert back to its old corrupt and incompetent ways, and then they would be allowed to continue business as usual. But wouldn't they expect some kind of blowback? Maybe they were counting on the other side catching the blame for this. Or maybe they thought that a move as audacious as murdering such a high-ranking government official would have an intimidating effect that would cause anyone thinking of bearing the consequences of their actions on them to think twice before acting. Whatever their motivations and rationales were, we just don't really know. But here is what was reported at the time of the assassination of Police Chief David Hennessy. On the evening of October 15th, he attended a meeting with the police commission that ended around 9 p.m., after which he returned to police headquarters. He was met there by Captain William O'Connor from the Private Boylan Protection Agency. O'Connor was hired by the city to act as a bodyguard for Hennessy, as there were several threats against his life from the Mafia. They hung out at police headquarters for about an hour and left the building a few minutes after 11 to walk to Hennessy's home. Heavy rains earlier in the day created flooding that blocked his most direct route home, forcing the men to make a detour. They stopped at an oyster saloon for a late dinner. Hennessy's final meal would end up being oysters and milk. At 11:30, they resumed their walk to Hennessy's house. When they were about a block and a half away, the two men parted ways for unknown reasons, as O'Connor was contracted to accompany the police chief all the way to his door. Hennessy, now alone, turned onto his street and continued his walk, when a young boy darted out from a doorway and whistled loudly. Suddenly, Hennessy was hit with a blast from a shotgun being fired from across the street. It destroyed his umbrella and his left hand, making it disabled. He drew his ivory-handled Colt revolver with his right hand, but before he could return fire, another shotgun blast ripped through his legs and shattered his right knee, causing him to fall. A third blast unleashed pellets into his chest and face. He returned fire in the direction where he thought his attacker was shooting from. The gunfire attracted attention, and people looked out their windows to try and see what was happening. O'Connor, hearing the gunshots, rushed to the scene, but he was too late to save the man he was supposed to protect. As he lay there dying, he whispered to O'Connor, "They gave it to me, and I gave it back the best I could." When asked if he could identify his attackers, Hennessy replied with an anti-Italian slur. He died just moments later without giving any more information. Police Chief David Hennessy was a popular figure in the city of New Orleans, and rather than intimidating the people into accepting the Mafia, his murder would have the exact opposite effect, which would lead to an uprising that would see the New Orleans Mafia almost completely wiped out by the town's citizens themselves. We speculated earlier that the motive for the assassination of Police Chief David Hennessy was to intimidate the government from further going after the Mafia. Instead, the murder ended up having the opposite effect. Mass arrests were made in the Italian community, though most suspects were released because of a lack of evidence. Just a few days after the murder, Mayor Shakespeare gave a speech where he declared that Hennessy's murder was the result of Sicilian revenge, and he urged the citizens of New Orleans to teach these people a lesson they would never forget. He appointed a committee to investigate the existence of secret societies and devise a method to uproot and annihilate any that they find. Investigators put the blame on the Matranga family, and in February of 1891, 19 men were indicted by a grand jury. The list included Bastian Incardona and Salvatore Sansiri. Both men were dock workers that were ambushed and shot by the Provenzano family in May. Charles Matranga was also indicted, along with New Orleans-born businessman of Italian descent, Joseph Macheca. Two of the men who were arrested and indicted that probably had nothing to do with the murder were Pietro Monasterio and Antonio Marchesi. Monasterio owned the shop that the man with the shotgun was hiding outside of, while Marchesi was arrested on the suspicion that he was involved simply because he was good friends with Monasterio. But of the 19 men arrested, only 9 would be put on trial. 1,221 prospective jurors were summoned to court, and the attorneys went through 780 of them before the final 12th man was selected. 557 jurors were dismissed either because they objected to capital punishment, disagreed with convictions based on circumstantial evidence, or they just plain out hated Italian immigrants. The prosecution was led by District Attorney Charles H. Lusenberg, while Lionel Adams represented the defendants. Jury selection ended on February 27th, and the opening arguments for the trial began on the 28th, which was a Saturday. On the second day of the trial, which was Monday, March 2nd, one of the defendants, Manuel Polizzi, made a disturbance. He refused to sit down and shouted in Italian. Judge Joshua Baker asked Charles Matranga to translate what Polizzi was saying, to which Matranga replied that he was demanding to have an interpreter. Baker instructed Matranga to talk to him, but after an exchange of a few words, Matranga informed the judge that Polizzi did not want to speak with him. Baker then instructed Joseph Macheka to be the interpreter, but Polizzi refused this as well. The trial was placed on hold, so an independent interpreter could be found. When one did arrive, Baker met with him, Polizzi, and the attorneys from both sides in his chambers. What was said was private, but when the trial resumed, the defense informed the court that it could no longer represent Polizzi. Polizzi tried to stay as distant as possible from the other defendants and was held in separate quarters at the jail, but the charges against him were not dropped. What happened behind the closed doors was later revealed by the defense attorneys to the press. Polizzi had confessed that he knew about the conspiracy to murder Hennessy, but he did not take part in the shooting. He also claimed to be home when the murder occurred, despite multiple witnesses placing him at the scene of the crime as a gunman. A few days later, Polizzi would have another outburst at court, and when he was removed to the sheriff's office, he attempted to jump out of a window, but was restrained and the trial went on. Interestingly enough, Captain O'Connor, the man who should have been with David Hennessy when he was gunned down alone, was not called as a witness. Closing arguments were made about 2 weeks later, and on March 13th, the jury returned with their verdicts. 6 of the defendants, including Matranga and Macheka, were found to be not guilty. For the other 3 men, which included Manuel Polizzi, the jury could not reach a verdict, resulting in a mistrial. But these men were not free yet. There were still other charges against them, and thus they were kept in jail until at least overnight when authorities could decide what to do next. In Little Palermo, the Sicilian community was said to be ecstatic about the verdict. It's rumored that an American flag was dragged through the mud, trampled, and then hung upside down under the Italian flag. But while the Italian community was celebrating, the Americans of New Orleans were outraged. Immediately following the verdicts, rumors began to spread that the jury was bribed to let David Hennessy's murderers go free. A community mass meeting was held that night where local politicians whipped up the crowd into a frenzy. If they could not find justice in a corrupt court, then they were going to obtain it by other means. They marched to the Orleans Parish Prison and overwhelmed the guards there by using a battering ram to break down the doors. In the end, all the warden could do to protect his prisoners was to let them out and tell them to hide the best they could. It was said that the crowd outside of the prison numbered in the thousands, with prominent politicians and officials in the mob. Most people remained outside, while those that went in functioned as professional executioners. This group included a future mayor. Once inside the prison, the rage of the city was unleashed, and 11 of the 19 people being held were murdered by the crowd. 9 of them were either shot or clubbed to death within the prison walls. This includes Antonio Marchesi and Pietro Monteserio. 2 men, Antonio Bagnetto and Manuel Polizzi, were taken outside, where they were hung from a tree and then shot. Charles Matranga was able to successfully hide, while Joseph Macheka was not so lucky, and was one of the 9 men shot inside. When the dawn came, the crowd dispersed, leaving the 2 bodies swinging where they died. In the aftermath of this event, the court released all of the surviving prisoners and dropped the charges against them. The Italian government was appalled by the murder of their nationals, and this event caused a diplomatic rift. But in the United States overall, the general mood of the public approved of this event. Much anti-Italian prejudice was only directed at Southern Italians, whose darker skin tone made them racially suspect in the eyes of white supremacists. While 10 of the 11 victims were foreign-born, Joseph Macheka was an American citizen, born in New Orleans in 1843. He had even fought on the Confederate side during the Civil War. It was known that he was politically connected, and rumored that he controlled a street gang of Italian immigrants that was meant to intimidate Republicans while working directly for the local Democrat Party to commit voter intimidation and sometimes murder. His death was not mourned by the larger community. A grand jury was immediately convened to investigate the mob lynching of 11 Italian men. They declined to indict anyone for the killings and instead doubled down on the claim that the original trial must have been tainted due to jurors being bribed. But no one was ever charged for that alleged crime. While this event made national headlines and was trumpeted as a huge blow to the Mafia, the Matrangas and Provenzanos were not wiped out, although they were largely depleted in strength. But like the Mafia always does best, these organizations retreated into the shadows in order to build up their strength and make a comeback that few saw coming. David Hennessy was murdered during the height of the war between the Matrangas and the Provenzanos. The aftermath of his murder saw both organizations severely assaulted by the authorities. The Provenzanos were the weaker of the 2 groups, and when the Matrangas took control of the docks, they cut the Provenzanos out of their most lucrative source of income, which they were never able to recover from. In the following years, the Provenzanos ceased to exist, and it's assumed that what remained of them merged into the Matrangas, with Charles as the clear leader. While he was the undisputed boss of the New Orleans Mafia, he was not the most powerful man in the city and controlled what was basically just another gang. But Charles Matranga was still a prominent businessman, and the leadership of the organization was still intact following the lynchings of 1891. Plus, he seems to be a man that was capable of learning from his mistakes. The Mafia kept a low profile and retreated from the public eye. By 1900, there were few people who believed that they even still existed. In 1892, Mayor Shakespeare lost his re-election bid, and Matranga allied himself with the next administration. Matranga also created a new rule for his organization that seems to have been adopted by all Mafia groups across the United States. Don't kill cops or other government officials. The retaliation is not worth the risk. In the following years, Matranga earned the nickname Millionaire Charlie because of all the wealth he accumulated. The Mafia under his leadership only had one public scandal, which occurred in 1907. A child named Walter Lamanna was kidnapped, and his affluent parents were threatened with a ransom of $6,000 for his return. Shortly after, the young boy was killed anyway. 4 men were arrested, and 1 was executed for the crime. But during the investigation, authorities learned that the Italian businesses in the city were paying protection money to the Mafia. Millionaire Charlie retired in 1922, shortly after the start of Prohibition, and he died many years later in 1943. Leadership was passed on to Silver Dollar Sam Carollo, who led the family until the 1940s, when he was deported. During his time, the family transitioned from Black Hand to Cosa Nostra, with Lucky Luciano's reorganization of the Mafia following the Castellammarese War. Carlos Marcello assumed control of the family in 1947, and that's when they became to be publicly known as the Marcello family, after the government began to investigate the existence of the National Crime Syndicate. He would control the family for more than 40 years. In the 1980s, Marcello went to prison, and his younger brother was made acting boss. But his leadership was poor, and he was forced out in 1990. Silver Dollar Sam Carollo's son, Anthony, took control of the family next. In 1993, Louisiana made video poker legal, and the New Orleans crime family wanted a piece. Anthony Carollo traveled to New York to get the blessing of the commission to monopolize this new source of income in his state. As he sheamed the muscle in and seized control, his plans were picked up by FBI bugs. The FBI learned how weak the family had become, and how loose it now was as an organization. In 1994, an FBI sting, dubbed Operation Hardcrust, arrested Carollo and his associates. The following year he went to trial. He was sentenced to 3 years in prison and released in 1998. In 2007, he passed away from natural causes. It appears that following the FBI takedown of the family, the Cosa Nostra Commission saw it best to dismantle the New Orleans family, as the Crescent City's talent pool was no longer up to the Mafia standards. By this point, the remaining members all had legitimate businesses that appeared to take precedence over their criminal ones. In 2003, the U.S. Attorney declared that the Marcello family was gone, and New Orleans was now considered an open city by the American Mafia. New Orleans was the place where the Mafia got its start in America, and the New Orleans family reflects the greater story of America and immigration. The first group was dirt poor, but through the generations, their descendants became prosperous. For this group of Sicilians, they became so assimilated into American culture that no one wanted to claim our thing. And now it appears to be a relic of the past.
The Castellammarese War for control of the American Mafia officially ended when Lucky Luciano led a conspiracy with his fellow gangsters to assassinate the new boss of bosses, Salvatore Maranzano. But rather than assume the title that he just caused to become recently vacant, he set up a new American-inspired structure of a board of directors for organized crime. They called it the Commission, and its role was to mediate and settle disputes between America's 21 recognized crime families. It was established with 7 members, who were the most powerful bosses in the country. It's centered around the 5 families of New York, while Buffalo and Chicago were also given seats. In this video, we will explore who all 7 of the original Commission members were. Some had incredibly short tenures, while others held their position for decades. A few were well documented because they were famous during their lifetimes, while others managed to stay out of the limelight and we know little about them today. But all of them had one thing in common, a ruthless ambition that brought them to the top. But before we get started, please take a moment to click the like button and hit subscribe. Your support is greatly appreciated. And now let's dive into who were the original Mafia Commission.
What separated the new generation of American mafioso from the old one that fell from power in the aftermath of the Castellammarese War was a willingness to work with other Americans that were outside of the Italian community. Lucky Luciano was the biggest victor from that gang war, where he was propelled from mid-level lieutenant into the boss of the most powerful family. He was born in 1894 and given the name Salvatore. As a teen, he would adapt the American name Charlie. The nickname Lucky would come later after surviving an assassination attempt that left him wounded with a droopy eye that never healed. He immigrated from Sicily to the United States in 1906, and the family settled in the Lower East Side. While this area was home to a large Italian community, it also featured significant Irish and Jewish populations, which made it a cultural melting pot. While his parents were hardworking and honest, Luciano chose to go on a different path. At age 14, he dropped out of school to sell hats on the streets. It has later been suspected that this business was a front to sell illegal drugs hidden inside the legitimate products. He went on to join the 5 Points Gang, founded by fellow Italian Paolo Antonio Vaccarelli, who later adopted the name Paul Kelly. This gang was more Americanized than other gangs founded by Italians, as it worked directly with the Democrats of Tammany Hall to aid their power in exchange for turning a blind eye to their activities. They also incorporated smaller Irish and Jewish gangs into their ranks, which made them unique through being diverse. Almost immediately, Luciano set himself apart from the other delinquents his age by thinking outside of the box. While the others were out committing petty crimes for money, Luciano created a protection racket for the Jewish kids in the neighborhood. They would pay him 10 cents a week in exchange not to be bothered by the Irish or Italian kids. One day he met a boy who refused to pay named Meyer Lansky. The two boys developed respect for each other, which turned into a friendship that lasted well into their adulthood. In the 5 Points Gang, Luciano met many future mobsters who would rise to power with him, like Johnny Torrio, Al Capone, Frank Costello, Vito Genovese, and more. He also caught the eye of Joe the Boss Masseria, who had just become leader of the former Morello crime family, the first true mafia organization in New York. Through Meyer Lansky and his other Jewish friends, Luciano also met the famous Arnold Rothstein. Rothstein was primarily a gambler, but he was also a gangster who was able to mingle with American high society. The elder man became his mentor by teaching him how to speak, how to dress, and how to act. With financing through Rothstein, Luciano set up a bootlegging operation with Costello and Genovese that would go on to generate millions of dollars. Rothstein was murdered in 1928 during a gambling dispute, where he refused to name the man who shot him to the police as he laid on his deathbed. Rothstein did not have a sophisticated network where someone else could just take his place, and his operation faded with him. But the lessons he left to Luciano and the others became the foundational knowledge for the new mafia that would emerge in 1931. With Rothstein gone, Luciano became closer to Joe the Boss, and it became clear to him that the man was poorly educated with bad manners and limited managerial skills. These were traits that a vicious demeanor could not make up for. During the Castellammarese War, he became Joe's top lieutenant until he betrayed the boss and took over the family. Following that, he assassinated Salvatore Maranzano before the former could do the same to him. With the younger generation of mafiosa supporting him, Maranzano's allies were purged through either murder or forced retirement. Luciano could have easily called himself the next boss of bosses, but instead he proposed the creation of the commission, so that power could be more evenly shared between families instead of concentrated in the one man. Before he died, Maranzano established many rules for the mafia, including the procedures for becoming a main man. This meant that his Jewish friend Meyer Lansky could never become an official member, though Lansky would always serve as a trusted advisor. Luciano worked on consolidating his own power in the family by recruiting his allies into leadership positions. At the same time, he used his powerful influence with the commission to make sure New York remained peaceful. Unlike the other bosses, Luciano did not hide himself from public view. He lived in a suite at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel, where he became a minor celebrity. Following the heated Castellammarese War in the Prohibition years, many prominent mafia members were known to law enforcement, while this new era for doing business required secrecy. Murder was to be used only when absolutely necessary, and families preferred to distance themselves from the actual deed. Mangano family underboss, Albert Anastasia, was selected to be the contact between the commission and a group of Jewish gangsters that the press would later call Murder Inc. This would give Anastasia the later nickname of Lord High Executioner. Things would remain peaceful and stable until 1935, when the commission had its first test. Jewish gangster Dutch Schultz, who had a criminal organization that has sometimes been called the Six Family, was under investigation by Special Prosecutor Thomas Dewey. Schultz wanted to murder Dewey in order to have the investigation called off, an action that the commission believed would have the exact opposite effect of bringing the full wrath of law enforcement. When the commission told him he couldn't do this, he told them to fuck off. So they killed him. Ironically for Luciano, with Schultz gone, he became Dewey's next target through an investigation into prostitution and organized crime. Investigators made a sweeping raid on February 12, 1936 on dozens of brothel locations in New York City, and more than 100 women were arrested. They were taken to court instead of being released, where bail was set at $10,000, an amount that none of them could afford. As they rotted in jail, many of the women decided to cooperate with law enforcement, and they painted a picture where the whorehouses were ran by the Luciano family. Some women even claimed that Lucky Luciano himself went in person to collect the money from these places. In hindsight, the idea that the most powerful mafia boss in America was going in person to collect his cut from the brothels seems far-fetched, since we now understand that part of the purpose of the structure of organized crime was to shield the boss from the crimes committed by his underlings. But regardless, Luciano was arrested in April of 1936, and his trial was held the following month. Luciano was accused of running an organization which controlled a massive prostitution ring that Dewey called the Combination, though it's more likely that the Luciano family's involvement in the oldest profession in the world was collecting protection money from the women and their madams to keep violent men and the police away. Luciano could not explain in his trial why his lifestyle exceeded his tax return. That, combined with his arrest record and known criminal associations, did not make him look like an upstanding citizen. Luciano testified in his own defense, and Dewey exposed him as a liar. In the end, Luciano was convicted on 36 counts of compulsory prostitution, and he was sentenced to between 30 and 50 years in state prison. Luciano was sent to the Clinton Correctional Facility in upstate New York, so that he could be as physically far from New York City as possible. But he managed to run his family while being behind bars, with Vito Genovese as the acting boss. Genovese would flee the United States in 1937 after being charged with murder, and Frank Costello then replaced him. During World War II, the United States government was nervous about sabotage on the New York docks, and they made a deal with the Mafia for the underworld to keep an eye out and prevent foreign spies from doing any harm. In addition to helping their country as a patriotic duty, the Mafia also managed to negotiate a release for Luciano following the end of the war. In 1946, Luciano's nemesis, Thomas Dewey, was now governor of New York State. He agreed to commute the sentence in exchange for Luciano being deported back to Italy and never to return. Because Luciano didn't bother to become an American citizen, this was easily done. As he left, he stepped down formally as the boss, and Costello replaced him. Over the next decade, it was clear that prison did not reform Luciano. He was majorly involved in the sale and smuggling of narcotics from Europe to America. After World War II, Vito Genovese returned to New York and rejoined his family under Costello's leadership. He quietly bided his time, and in 1957 he attempted a hostile takeover. An assassination plan almost took out Costello, and this close call made the boss decide to retire. Genovese became the new boss, and the power on the commission shifted from him and away from Luciano. As he grew older and became isolated, Luciano's power waned. In 1962, he died of a heart attack in the Naples airport. He didn't have any children and went to his grave hating Thomas Dewey for exposing him to the world as a gangster. Out of all the members of the original commission, with the exception of Al Capone, whose tenure was very short, the one boss that we know the most about is Joseph Bonanno. This is in large part because, after being forced into retirement in the 60s following a failed power play, he later broke omerta and wrote a tell-all memoir. And even though the book he wrote about his life is detailed, we should also remember that his goal was to make himself look as good as possible to the public, and he should be considered an unreliable narrator. While he thought that he was not admitting to any crimes where he or anyone else could be prosecuted, this book served as the basis for Rudy Giuliani's federal case against the bosses of the New York families in the Mafia Commission trial, which put the heads of 4 out of the 5 families and their underbosses in prison for life. Bonanno was born in the Castellammarese del Golfo region of Sicily in 1905. He spent part of his childhood in Brooklyn before his family returned back to Italy. As a boy, he was unsure of what exact career he would pursue, but he knew that he wanted to be a commander of men. As a young man, he enrolled in the Merchant Marine Academy, but fled Italy in 1924 due to fascism and returned to the United States. He tried his hand working as a baker's apprentice before realizing that it wasn't for him. The following year, high-ranking Sicilian Mafia member Salvatore Maranzano arrived in America and became accepted into the already established Castellammarese family operating in Brooklyn. He became acquainted with Joe Bonanno and took the young man under his wing. Bonanno then became an enforcer for the up-and-coming mobster. Bonanno's cousin, Stefano Magladino, was also part of this family, but he was forced to flee Brooklyn and went to Buffalo, New York in 1917 to avoid a murder charge. By 1922, he became the boss of what would be known as the Buffalo crime family. Bonanno's cousin and Maranzano were powerful connections to have, but during the first few years of his career in organized crime, Bonanno was not yet inducted into the family as a full member. Seeing the fortune his boss was making in prohibition and himself becoming a little rich from his work, Bonanno decided to invest his capital in his own distillery in Brooklyn. As the business began to make money, it caught the attention of a man named Mimi, who arrived one day demanding a cut of the money because this was his neighborhood. Emboldened from his relationship and experiences with Maranzano, Bonanno stood up to Mimi, who he only knew as a stranger, and the two almost got into a brawl. Unfortunately for Joe, Mimi was a made member of the Castellammarese family, and Joe was not. But lucky for Joe, he had a powerful relative in his cousin Stefano and a powerful friend in Salvatore Maranzano.
While a normal person would be squashed in this situation, a sit-down was granted under the judgment of Vito Bonaverte. Magladino and Maranzano attended and spoke up for Joe. Maranzano argued that while it was Mimi's neighborhood, Joe was his guy, and Mimi should have checked who Joe was with and who he knew before he went in with his demands. Bonaverte ruled in favor of Joe and he was allowed to keep his operation. This put Joe in Maranzano's debt, but he didn't mind at all. Shortly after this, Joe Bonanno became a fully made man in the Castellammarese family. In 1930, Joe the Boss Masseria made a power play to control the entire Italian mafia operating in the United States. He assassinated the Castellammarese boss of the Detroit family, and he intimidated Maranzano's own boss in New York into fleeing the country. To further weaken his rivals, he had powerful capo Bonaverte murdered in an attempt to decapitate the New York family and make them paralyzed. Maranzano rallied the demoralized family to fight back, and he became the new boss. Bonanno became one of his top soldiers in the fighting. The full extent of what he did during those times is unknown, as the statute of limitations for murder never expires, and he would not mention it in his autobiography. But we do know that his reputation from what he did during those times made other families reluctant to go to war with him in the 1960s. If you would like to learn more about the details of the Castellammarese War, please check out our earlier videos on the subject. Following the end of the war, his mentor Maranzano was murdered in 1931, and the old system of the boss of bosses was replaced with the commission, the equivalent of a board of directors that was meant to share power more equally amongst the groups to prevent another disastrous conflict. Bonanno described the formation of the commission as, "We opted for a parliamentary arrangement where a group of the most important men in our world would assume the function formerly performed by one man." Bonanno was elected by his family to become the new boss, though he preferred the English word for his title to be father of the family. At the age of 26, it made him the youngest man to assume the title, a record that still exists today. Bonanno claimed in his book that he was unaware of the plan to kill Maranzano and he had nothing to do with it. He claimed he chose peace over revenge because he did not want to put the family members who made him their father into danger again. However, it defies mob logic that Bonanno would remain alive, let alone become the new boss, if he was a Maranzano loyalist. Other members loyal to Maranzano were either murdered or forced into retirement following Lucky Luciano's victory, so it seems likely that he had a prior arrangement with the new boss of the Masseria family. Again, Bonanno's book, while being full of valuable information, should not be taken at face value as being honest, as the man's main purpose when writing it was to paint himself in the most flattering light. The rest of the 1930s could be described as the best times in Bonanno's life. In 1931, just 2 months after his mentor Maranzano was murdered, Joe Bonanno married Fay Labruzzo, and the two would be together for almost 50 years until her death in 1980. They would have 3 children. The oldest was Salvatore, who was also called Bill, and the others were Catherine and Joseph Charles Jr. The family split their time between a home in Hempstead, New York, and a vacation farm in Middletown. In the 1940s, Bill suffered from a mastoid ear infection at age 10 and was told that living in a drier climate would be better for his health. He was sent to a Catholic boarding school in Tucson, Arizona, and the family purchased property there so that they can come and visit him whenever they could. In addition to being the boss, or as he preferred father, to one of the 5 major New York crime families, Bonanno was also the owner of many legitimate businesses that included garment factories, cheesemaking, trucking, and a funeral home that some speculated doubled as a way of disposing of murdered bodies. In 1945, he became a U.S. citizen. The only legal issues he had up to this point was a fine for labor violations at one of his companies. During the 1940s, the political makeup of the commission was what he described as conservative, with Bonanno's views often allying with Frank Costello, Joe Pravacci, Vincent Mangano, and Tommy Gagliano. He claimed that the original commission opposed immoral enterprises like prostitution and drug trafficking. Later on in his life, he would be described as instrumental in the mass importation of heroin from Europe to America. While this was never proven in a court of law, it is another example of why his book should not be taken at its word. As time went on, the conservatives began to dwindle in their numbers. Vincent Mangano disappeared in 1951 and is presumed to have been murdered by his underboss, Albert Anastasia, who ended up being his replacement. While Anastasia leaned conservative, he was a bit of a hot-headed wild card with his temper. In 1953, Tommy Gagliano died from what is thought to have been natural causes, and he was replaced by his underboss, Tommy Lucchese. He was another veteran of the Castellammarese War, but his views differed from the other members. While in the Luciano family, former underboss Vito Genovese returned to New York from Italy, where he was laying low to avoid murder charges. His return came with a conspiracy to take Costello out so that he could become the new boss. Some of his collaborators included Tommy Lucchese and Anastasia family capo Carlo Gambino. In 1957, they made their moves. On May 2nd, gunman Vincent Gigante tried to shoot Costello in the head and barely missed. The attempt was enough to spook Costello into retirement, and it cleared the way for Genovese to become the new boss. On October 25th, Anastasia was murdered as he got a haircut in the Park Central Hotel. This opened up the position to Carlo Gambino, and he became the new Don. Suddenly, Bonanno and his fellow boss Joe Profaci found themselves as a minority faction. The two remaining original Dons became even closer when Bonanno's son Bill married Profaci's niece Rosalia in 1956. The November 1957 Appalachia meeting's purpose was to inform the other families across the nation of the way things now stood in New York with the new bosses. Instead, it was interrupted by a police raid which exposed the nation to how vast and organized the criminals in America really were. Bonanno denied ever being at this meeting, but one of his family's high-ranking capos, Gaspar Di Greggio, was picked up by police and he had Bonanno's driver's license on him. Bonanno claimed that Di Greggio only had his ID because he asked him to pick it up as a favor. But the police dispute this story and claim that Bonanno was there, ran away, and didn't get caught. Also in 1957, Bonanno embarked on a family vacation to Italy, where he brought along his underboss, Carmine Galante. Law enforcement believes that this vacation doubled as a business trip, where the men laid down the foundation for their network to import heroin and other drugs into the United States, despite Bonanno denying that he was ever in the trade. In 1959, what became known as the First Colombo War broke out, which pitted boss Joe Profaci against the Gallo brothers. While this family was killing each other, Joe Bonanno was attempting to consolidate his own power. Around 1954, his son Bill graduated from college, and immediately he was inducted into the crime family. After a few years, he was promoted to the family's consigliere position, which caused resentment among the other men in the family who had been there for decades. Joe intended to groom his son to be the next boss, and while the old man was still in power, no one dared to openly challenge him. In 1962, Joe Profaci passed away from cancer while his family was still at war. His underboss, Joe Magliocco, took the throne. He suspected that the Gallos were secretly being backed by Gambino and Lucchese, so he approached Bonanno and the two formed an alliance. With the Genovese family being weakened due to their boss's recent imprisonment, they were going to assassinate Gambino and Lucchese. The two would then become the new bosses of the whole underworld and control it together. They were also going to take out Bonanno's cousin, Buffalo family boss Stefano Magladino. Bonanno claimed that his older cousin became jealous of his success and was becoming hostile. The plan for the executions blew up when the man assigned to do the dirty work, Joe Colombo, betrayed his superiors and exposed the scheme to the commission. Magliocco came clean about his involvement and was forced into retirement, and shortly after that he passed away from health complications. Magliocco threw Bonanno under the bus before his death, and in turn the commission summoned him to answer for his involvement. On October 21st, 1964, Bonanno's attorney watched him being forced into a car by two mysterious men, where he then disappeared. Government wiretaps of other Mafia members yielded that the other families had no clue where he went, while his own men were fuming that he abandoned them. In his absence, his son Bill assumed the title of boss, and longtime loyal capo Gaspar Di Greggio launched a rebellion that the press would dub the Banana War. The commission backed Di Greggio in the war, but Bill and his loyalist faction refused to back down. In early 1966, Di Greggio reached out to Bill to arrange a peace meeting. On January 28th, Bill showed up at the agreed address on Troutman Street in Brooklyn, where an ambush was waiting. There were shots fired, but no one was wounded or killed. On May 17th of that year, Joe Bonanno mysteriously returned to New York and turned himself into authorities. He claimed he was kidnapped by his jealous cousin Stefano Magladino, but was eventually released and laid low in Arizona, fearing for his own safety. The war continued on until 1968 when Di Greggio was wounded by machine gun fire. The commission was worried that he was not up to the task to lead a unified family, and they shifted their support to Paul Sayaka to become the new leader. Later that year, Bonanno suffered from a heart attack and the near-death experience left him shaken. Bonanno agreed to a truce that allowed him and Bill to walk away and leave New York for Arizona. And so the last original boss on the commission went into retirement. The two would keep low profiles and largely stay out of trouble, but they were constantly watched by the FBI, who refused to believe that they were really out of the game. In 1983, Bonanno entered the spotlight again when he released a memoir about his life called A Man of Honor. While many Mafia members were horrified with his move to go public, he did not see himself as breaking his code of omerta because he was not becoming a government witness or informant. This was a view that he seemed to be alone in having. Besides the Mafia and the general public, his memoir also attracted the attention of another group, the government. Wiretaps picked up Mafia members discussing the commission before, but no one was really sure of what it was until his book was released and the missing puzzle pieces were filled in. He was later brought forward by authorities to explain his past under oath and refused. In 1983, he served 8 months in prison for obstruction of justice. In 1985, he served another 14 months for contempt of court. He was well into his 80s when he was released. The rest of his life was peaceful and quiet. He passed away in 2002 at the age of 97 and now rests eternally in Tucson, Arizona. The truly powerful people usually act behind the scenes to direct and manipulate events without the public ever really knowing who they are.
In the criminal underworld, Gaetano Gagliano was like that. If you had to judge the success of a mafia boss based on his ability to avoid public recognition and law enforcement scrutiny, then Gagliano was the biggest winner in La Cosa Nostra. Very little is known about his life, with the overwhelming majority being before he became the head of one of New York's 5 families and turned it into a powerhouse. He is mentioned in only one newspaper account during his lifetime, and it made no report about his ties to organized crime. Instead, the headline was, 4 Bronx men draw tax evasion penalties, and it appeared at the bottom of page 10 in the New York Times. We know from immigration records that he was born on May 29, 1883 in Corleone, Sicily. In 1905, he immigrated to the United States, and he would go on to adopt the English name of Tommy after settling down in New York. He married Josephine Pamela, but it's unknown if they had any children. According to the 1925 New York State Census, there were no children living with them. His occupation there was listed as a building contractor, and both he and his wife became naturalized American citizens that year. He was part of many legitimate businesses, but they were all tied together by one thing: his involvement with Tom Rina's family. Rina was once a capo in the Morello crime family, but during the chaos of the 1910s, he split away and formed his own family in the Bronx. Sometime prior to 1930, Gagliano became Rina's underboss. Another powerful member of this group was Tommy Lucchese. Gagliano used his power as a mobster to influence his legitimate business dealings. For example, in 1928 he formed the Plasterers Information Bureau. Local contractors were invited to become part of this organization for a fee, and if they dared to decline, they would later be paid a visit by some very strong men looking to rough them up. In 1929, the Rina family's independence was called into question by Joe the Boss Masseria, as he sought to conquer and consolidate the entire Italian-American underworld with himself at the top. This prompted Rina to consider allying with Salvatore Maranzano. When Masseria heard of this, he ordered Rina to be murdered. It's speculated that Vito Genovese was the gunman that took his life on February 26, 1930. Masseria passed underboss Gagliano over and installed outsider Fat Joe Pinzola to be the family's new boss. This enraged the membership, but Gagliano decided it would be best to accept this for now and bide his time. Not much is known about Fat Joe, except that he seemed to be universally disliked by many. Here's what Lucky Luciano said of the man. As big a shit as Masseria was, he didn't hold a candle to Pinzolo. That guy was fatter, uglier, and dirtier than Masseria was on the worst day when the old bastard didn't take a bath, which was most of the time. In the summer of 1930, the Castellammarese War broke out. On September 5th, Fat Joe's body was discovered at 1487 Broadway, in an office that was being leased by Tommy Lucchese. Lucchese was arrested for the murder, but the charges were dropped due to a lack of evidence. Gagliano then seized command of the family, and they switched allegiance from Masseria to Maranzano. According to Mafia turncoat Joe Valachi, Gagliano and his allies knew how to earn money, and they supplied most of the funds for Maranzano to carry out his war. Following Maranzano's victory, Gagliano was recognized as the official head of the Rina family, and it was renamed in his honor. Gagliano and his new underboss Lucchese were involved in Lucky Luciano's conspiracy to murder Maranzano in September 1931. Following that event, a commission was formed and Gagliano received a seat on the Mafia's board of directors. 1932 appears to be the last year where there was any definitive information about him. In May of that year, he was sentenced to 15 months in the Atlanta Penitentiary for tax evasion. During this time, Al Capone was also staying there as a guest of the government. Joe Valachi claimed that Gagliano attended his wedding that July before he reported to prison. Valachi's wife Carmela was one of Tom Rina's daughters. Aside from 2 photos of Gagliano, we also have the physical description that Valachi gave of the man. He was a big, tall guy, a little bald. He looked like a businessman. After his release from prison, he dropped off the radar. Joe Bonanno mentioned him in his autobiography, but after the events of the Castellammarese War, he is only referred to as a fellow father of a family who had conservative views. Bonanno mentioned that Gagliano was on the commission until 1953, when Lucchese took his place. Gagliano's exact date of death is disputed, but it is believed to have been February 16, 1951, according to Lucchese's testimony during the Organized Crime Senate hearings. It has been speculated by journalist and mafia expert Sylvan Robb that Gagliano became sick with a heart condition in the 1930s and handed control to Lucchese, but this conflicts with Bonanno's recollection in his memoir. The truth about Gagliano's tenure as boss is obscure, and anyone that knew any of the details is now long dead. Even Gagliano's own mausoleum in the Bronx does not list a date of death. But we can be certain that Gagliano stayed in the shadows after his release from prison, while Tommy Lucchese ran the day-to-day operations, with himself becoming the new boss during the early 1950s. And Gagliano's achievement of becoming a faceless boss to a powerful crime organization makes him probably the most successful Don in America's La Cosa Nostra. John Gotti and the Gambino crime family might be the most well-known names in the American Mafia. That family was taken over by Carlo Gambino in 1957 when then-boss Albert Anastasia was assassinated at a barbershop on Park Avenue in one of the most famous mob hits ever known. But before these men, the family was led silently by boss Vincent Mangano. He was appointed by Lucky Luciano when the modern Mafia was founded in 1931, and he ruled for 20 years. Despite being one of the original bosses of the five families, almost nothing is known about his long reign, which is the way he would have wanted it. Don Vincenzo was born in Sicily on March 28, 1888. It's unclear of when he exactly immigrated to the United States, but by the time the Castellammarese War broke out in 1930, he was already a high-ranking member of the Mangano family, with his power concentrated at the Brooklyn waterfront. He controlled the longshoremen through Albert Anastasia, president of their union and fellow member of the family. Goods could not be loaded or unloaded from ships without under-the-table payments. Mangano's life is only known to us through fragments, and the biggest piece comes from former Bonanno family boss and founder Joseph Bonanno. Mangano was first mentioned in the Castellammarese War. During the war, Mangano's boss, Frank Cali, was a Maranzano loyalist, and he was forced into retirement when Lucky Luciano became the ultimate victor and Mangano was selected to replace him. The heads of the newly formed families became permanent members of the Commission, a board of directors for the organized crime world created to prevent any wars from ever happening again. In the 1930s, the Commission had its first test when several members wanted to eliminate Special Prosecutor Thomas Dewey, while others were opposed. Bonanno recalled Mangano's position to be, "If we lose our heads, then we'll wind up burning down our foundation." The hit on Dewey never happened. Bonanno also recalled that Mangano was the Mafia member who coined the term La Cosa Nostra, which means our thing. Mangano was one of the oldest members of the Commission, and he was in his 60s by the time his reign ended. He was more old-fashioned than his American counterparts, and felt that American culture was corrupting the traditional values of Cosa Nostra. While some newspapers gave Mangano the nickname of the Executioner, his longtime underboss Albert Anastasia was known as the Lord High Executioner. Anastasia ran what was called Murder Inc., the enforcement arm of the mob, and this got him close to the other bosses in the families, something that Mangano viewed as subversive. By the time the 1950s came, Mangano was already seeing himself as an old man, according to Bonanno. This was perceived as weakness by Anastasia, and the two men started having more and more conflicts, with some accounts that they almost got into physical fights. The final straw for Mangano that his underboss was going rogue was when Anastasia became close with the Luciano family boss Frank Costello, and the two men started doing business together behind Mangano's back. According to Joe Bonanno, fear is when you think ahead about what may happen to you. Fear is anticipating the future and assuming the worst possible scenario. Each man felt the other would act first. Each wanted to be the first to act. On April 19th, 1951, Anastasia acted first. The body of Don Vincenzo's brother Philip was discovered in a Brooklyn marsh with 3 bullets in his head. He was the consigliere of the family. Don Vincenzo disappeared on the same day as well, but his body was never found. 10 years later, he was declared legally dead. Anastasia would never confirm or deny the role he played in Mangano's demise. But Don Vincenzo's death broke the rule that bosses cannot be murdered without commission approval. However, his elimination was the result of politics, and so the commission looked the other way as everyone found something that they could benefit from, with him no longer there.
Out of the 5 families of New York City, the Colombo family is the newest, with its existence being recognized by the other families in a 1928 organized crime meeting held at Cleveland. It was founded by Joe Pravacci. Born in 1897 on the island of Sicily, he is rumored to have family ties with the Mafia based there. He did some time in an Italian prison and was released in 1921, after which he immediately set out for America with the dream to become a legitimate businessman in Chicago with his own bakery and grocery store. The business failed, and in 1925 he relocated to Brooklyn. In the 1920s, bootlegging was an industry where the bold could make a quick fortune, and Pravacci joined the many other enterprising men of his generation who decided to break the law by making and selling what the public demanded. But to make it in this business, you need to be tough, so that's what Pravacci became. He formed his own gang while also starting a front business as an importer of olive oil, a detail that would later be imitated in the Godfather novel and movies. The 1928 meeting in Cleveland was called to peacefully distribute the territory in Brooklyn that once belonged to assassinated mobsters Frankie Yale and Salvatore D'Aquila. Pravacci attended with his number 2 lieutenant Joseph Magliocco, and they were granted a piece of the newly opened territory. They were given Bensonhurst, Carroll Gardens, Bay Ridge, and Red Hook, while the rest of Brooklyn was given to Joe the Boss Masseria. During the Castellammarese War, Pravacci managed to keep his family neutral and out of the fighting. Because they were the newest family, they were and still are the smallest, with an estimated 110 full members. This is in contrast with the Genovese family, who has an estimated 300 made members. Despite his neutrality, the Pravacci family was too large to ignore, and they received a seat on the Mafia's newly formed commission. The next 3 decades, leading up to 1957, were really the golden years for the American Mafia, as they faded away from public memory and ran their empires in secret, with many people, including J. Edgar Hoover, denying they even existed. During this time, Pravacci went from doing well to being extremely wealthy. He lived in a large house in Bensonhurst and had a second home in Miami, Florida, along with a 322-acre estate in New Jersey that once belonged to former President Teddy Roosevelt. While he made most of his money from illegal activities, his olive oil empire was also thriving, especially after the Second World War, earning him the nickname Olive Oil King. He owned about 20 other businesses and provided jobs to hundreds of New Yorkers. He was also a devout Catholic by appearance and was a member of the Knights of Columbus. His estate had its own church, and he invited priests to come and celebrate Mass with him. In 1952, jewels were stolen from the Brooklyn church he belonged to. He had his men hunt down the thief and strangle him to death with a rosary as punishment. While the government did not believe that the National Crime Syndicate really existed, law enforcement knew that businessman Joe Pravacci was secretly a gangster. In 1953, the IRS tried to go after Pravacci for unpaid taxes like they did with Al Capone. Failing to obtain a criminal indictment, they then tried to sue him, and the $1.5 million they claimed he owed was never paid. In 1954, the State Department tried to have his citizenship revoked and have him deported back to Italy because he lied about his criminal record on his immigration paperwork. They lost the case on appeal in 1960, and Pravacci got to stay. The government also had his phones tapped. In 1956, a conversation between him and Sicilian mafioso Antonio Catone was recorded about exporting Italian oranges to the United States. In 1959, one of the shipments was stopped by customs, and they discovered 90 wax oranges that were full of Turkish heroin. Pravacci was never charged. Pravacci attended the disastrous 1957 Appalachia Conference. And just like how this day brought an end to the mob's golden age, it also marked the beginning of the end for Pravacci. He, along with 21 other men, was convicted of criminal conspiracy and sentenced to 5 years in prison. He later appealed this ruling, and it was thrown out in 1960. But while Pravacci became filthy rich during his rule and had a reputation for generosity with family and the church, his own rank and file began to resent him. Pravacci enforced an old Sicilian custom in his family that all members and associates needed to pay a monthly fee to him. The purpose of this money was to create a fund to support the families of mobsters that were doing time in prison, but it was rumored that Pravacci was also keeping a fat cut for himself. Despite being the founder and a self-made man, many younger mobsters resented him as stingy and greedy. Pravacci also did not tolerate any dissent and had no qualms about murdering anyone who was in disagreement with him. But as he got older, he became to be perceived by his men as disloyal to the crew, which made his empire possible. The first high-ranking member to turn against him was Capo regime Frank Marco. Marco had run different illegal gambling operations, one of which was a lucrative numbers lottery. In 1959, Marco stopped paying his tribute to Pravacci. On November 5th, the capo was assassinated by multiple gunmen as he left a tavern in Brooklyn. It was said that the murder was committed by the Gallo brothers, and they were promised Marco's rackets as their reward. But instead of giving it to them, Pravacci did not keep his word. In response to this, the Gallo crew rebelled, and the First Colombo War broke out. In 1961, the Gallo brothers, Joe, Albert, and Larry, allied with future boss Carmine Persico to kidnap the family's top leadership and demanded that they would only be released after a more favorable money-sharing scheme was adopted. They captured underboss Joseph Maglioccio, Pravacci's brother Frank, and 2 capos. Meanwhile, Pravacci eluded them by hiding in Florida. Consigliere Charles Lociero negotiated their release in peace terms, but Pravacci had no intention to follow through with his promises. He turned Carmine Persico to his side and ordered the execution of the gallows. Persico tried to murder Larry Gallo by strangling him in a bar, but by chance a policeman entered and the attempt was foiled. But this did earn Persico the nickname of the Snake, and the scene was also repeated in The Godfather Part 2. But the surprise attempt to take out the gallows failed, and Pravacci's word no longer believed by a significant portion of his men. The war resumed with greater intensity. It brought attention to the entire mafia from law enforcement and the public, which made it bad for everyone's business. In 1962, fellow commission members Carlo Gambino and Tommy Lucchese tried to get Pravacci to find a way to end the war. But Pravacci was suspicious and felt that these two were back in the gallows in an attempt to force him out and take over his family. Before he could see the end of the war through, he passed away from liver cancer on June 6, 1962. During this time, Pravacci and Joe Bonanno were the only original members from the start of the commission still on it, and both families were allied with each other. After he died, his long-term underboss, Joseph Maglioccio, took his place at the top. Convinced that Lucchese and Gambino were secretly working with the gallows, Maglioccio and Bonanno hatched a scheme to take out these two bosses who they saw as opposition. The contract was given to the family's best hitman, Capo regime Joe Colombo.
Colombo knew that there was a rule against murdering bosses, and he decided that he wasn't going to be the one to cross that line. Instead, he went to the targeted commission members and told them about the plot. They deduced that Bonanno was the mastermind, and both men were summoned to the commission to answer for their crime. Bonanno decided to run and fake his own kidnapping, knowing that he was going to be murdered, while Magliocco came clean and confessed. His health was failing and he didn't have long to live. The commission made him pay a $50,000 fine for his treachery and forced him into retirement. He passed away the following year. As a reward, Joseph Colombo was made the new boss, and with his ascent, the war with the gallows ended for now. He would be the first New York boss to be born in America and not Italy, and from this point, the Ravacci family became known as the Colombo family. When we think about La Cosa Nostra, we associate their organized crime with large cities like New York, Chicago, and Las Vegas. But just 300 miles east of the Big Apple is Buffalo, New York, and the crime family based here controls a vast swath of territory that extends from Ohio into Canada. And for more than 50 years it was run by one of the most powerful bosses in America, Stefano Magaddino. Known as the Undertaker, Magaddino was born October 10, 1891 in the Castellammarese del Golfo region of Sicily. His family there was part of a Mafia clan, and when war broke out in 1902, the 11-year-old was sent to live in America for his own safety. He settled in Brooklyn and fell in with the recently formed Castellammarese crime family. This group would later evolve into the Bonanno family. In August of 1921, a man by the name of Bartolo Fontana turned himself into New York police, saying that he was responsible for murdering Camillo Caioso a few weeks earlier in New Jersey. He claimed that he was pressured to do this for the Good Killers. The Good Killers was made up of several members of the Castellammarese family, and Caioso was killed in retaliation for the murder of Magaddino's brother in Sicily back in 1916. Fontana did the crime because he feared that if he didn't, they would kill him. Now he was afraid that he's going to be murdered for being a loose end. The police set up a sting operation where Fontana told Magaddino that he needed to leave town because the cops were on him. But first, he needed money to go on the lam. Magaddino agreed, and they met at Grand Central Station, where $30 was exchanged. Magaddino was then arrested and held in custody, but New Jersey declined to charge him with conspiracy to commit murder, and he was released. After this, he fled to Buffalo to lay low, and he became linked up with the crime family there, who was also from Castellammarese del Golfo. Magaddino quickly rose through the family's ranks, and when boss Joseph DiCarlo died in 1922, Magaddino succeeded him. In the 1920s, Magaddino's legitimate business was operating a funeral home in Niagara Falls. He lived in the small town of Lewiston with his wife Carmela and their 4 children. His son Peter would go on to become a made member of the family, while his 3 daughters all married made men as well. He was also one of the richest mobsters during Prohibition, with the location of his territory next to Canada, giving him an advantage to smuggle liquor into the country. During the Castellammarese War, he was targeted for assassination by Joe the Boss Masseria, but there was little fighting in western New York because Magaddino kept tight control of his empire. He was able to funnel money and supplies to Salvatore Maranzano in New York, who was working with his cousin, Joseph Bonanno. The war ended in 1931 when Lucky Luciano murdered Maranzano and created the commission. Magaddino was given a seat on the board. As Prohibition ended, he diversified his family into gambling, loan sharking, labor racketeering, and other traditional mob activities. He was an old-style boss that preferred to be insulated and out of the spotlight. During the 30s and 40s, many people did not know who he was and were ignorant of the power he wielded. He presided over a golden age for his family, where they also diversified into many legitimate businesses as well. He survived 2 assassination attempts, one in 1936 where his sister was killed, and the other in 1958. It was after the Appalachia meeting that law enforcement and the public started to become aware of Magaddino and his organization. Investigations, along with the testimony of Joe Valachi, revealed him to the public to be the center of Buffalo's organized crime. As the law tightened their surveillance, the family's revenues dropped as a result. Between 1962 and 1968, the funeral home he owned was bugged, with the FBI having over 76,000 pages of transcripts regarding the business discussed there. As a result, Don Stefano and 6 other people were arrested and charged with crimes related to gambling and racketeering. The charges were later dropped due to a judge ruling that the wiretaps were illegal and inadmissible. But these events tipped off the organization that they were under the microscope. Everyone in the family remained tight-lipped and discreet, but in 1968, an FBI search of Magaddino's son's apartment found $521,000 in cash hidden in a suitcase. This fostered some resentment in the rank and file that the boss had been staying fat while everyone else starved. He was in his mid-70s at this point, and despite law enforcement's insistence that the raid started to tear the family apart, they stayed together and remained strong. Magaddino continued his reign into the 1970s without being charged with any crimes. He died of a heart attack on July 19, 1974, at the age of 82.
Al Capone no doubt holds the title as the most famous American gangster of the 20th century. As public enemy number one, he was the poster boy for organized crime during the Prohibition years, with his personality being the inspiration for the first characters in the gangster movie genre. As the undisputed boss of the Chicago outfit at the end of the Castellammarese War, his power and prominence earned him a seat on Lucky Luciano's original commission. At the time, he was the only American-born boss in the Italian Mafia, with his contemporaries making the move across the ocean when they were young men or children. Alphonse Capone was born on January 17, 1899 in Brooklyn, New York, to Italian immigrants Gabriel and Teresa. He spent his early years living in the Navy Yard section, and when he was 11, his family moved to Park Slope. His parents had 9 children in total. His brothers Ralph and Frank followed him to Chicago and were part of his criminal empire. In contrast, his older brother James later changed his name to Richard Hart and worked as a prohibition agent in Nebraska. This was done to hide his Italian heritage and come off as more American, as he started working for the government and changed his name before his brother's rise to fame. As a student, he displayed intelligence and prominence, but at the age of 14, he was expelled after hitting a female teacher. He worked various odd jobs to make ends meet, and in 1916, he began to play semi-professional baseball for 2 years. During this period, he met the gangster Johnny Torrio, and the older man became his mentor. In 1918, when he was just 19 years old, he married Mae Joseph Coughlin, who was Irish-American. That same year, she gave birth to their only child, Albert Francis Capone, who would later become deaf. As an adult, Al Jr. tried to distance himself from his father's legacy. Capone floated between various small New York gangs before he became a member of the 5 Points. In addition to Torrio, another mentor for him was the gangster Frankie Yale. One night, Capone was working as a bouncer at one of Yale's clubs and insulted a woman. Her upset brother attacked Capone with a knife and slashed his face 3 times. Following this incident, he was given the nickname Scarface. When asked about it later in life, he would lie and say it was wounds he earned from World War I, a conflict in which he did not actually serve in. In 1919, Big Jim Colissimo was a large crime boss in Chicago, with his specialization being prostitution and brothels. Big Jim brought Johnny Torrio into his empire to work as an enforcer. Torrio, in turn, then brought his protege, Capone, out west with him, and he started working as a bouncer in one of the brothels. It was during this time that historians believe Capone contracted syphilis from one of the working girls. Capone also worked as a boxing promoter at the time, most likely fixing the fights. Prohibition began on January 17, 1920, and small-time gangsters all across the country recognized that with Americans still having a demand for booze, there was a large black market just waiting to be served. But Big Jim didn't want to be any part of this new business, and he forbade his men from participating as well. On May 11th of that year, he was murdered and Johnny Torrio became the new boss of the Chicago outfit. Al Capone's position rose with his mentor, and he went from being a low-level soldier to becoming a trusted lieutenant. During this time, the gangs of Chicago did not strictly discriminate from letting outside ethnic groups into their ranks. Johnny Torrio's empire was therefore mostly Italian with some Irish, Germans, and other groups, while Dean O'Banion's Northside gang was mostly Irish with some Italian Americans in their rank as well. Torrio tried to rule by avoiding violence and making compromises. But in 1924, he was forced into a situation where this strategy wasn't going to work. O'Banion felt that his territory was being invaded by Torrio allies, and he sought out Torrio to make a peaceful settlement. But when he didn't like what Torrio proposed, he made it clear that he was going to take matters into his own hands. On November 10th, O'Banion was murdered in his flower shop, with the order being given by Torrio. But rather than scare the Northside gang into submission, this event galvanized them to fight back. In January 1925, Capone survived an attempted hit that left him unhurt but shaken. Johnny Torrio was not so lucky. Less than 2 weeks later, he was shot and severely wounded. Though he survived, he decided that he was not suited to fight in a gang war and chose to retire, naming Capone as his successor. Torrio built a criminal empire that was composed of illegal breweries and distilleries, transportation networks, and a massive distribution platform combined with political and law enforcement protection through corruption. And while the former boss took an approach that avoiding violence and staying low-key was the best policy, Capone was a total opposite. He was going to use brute force to increase his power and revenue. He used a simple formula to expand his distribution. A speakeasy would be told that he needed to be their new supplier. If they refused, he blew them up. It's estimated that about 100 people were killed during the 1920s because of this tactic. He opened brothels and new clubs that employed local black musicians to perform jazz. As the money rolled in, he purchased custom suits, smoked expensive cigars, and was often in the company of beautiful women that were not his wife. But as his fortunes grew, so did his feud with the North Side, and it became dangerous for him to be based in the city. He relocated his headquarters to the neighboring suburb of Cicero, where he used his wealth to buy off the local government and insulate himself in what essentially became a private kingdom. But the feud continued, with both sides trying to kill the other's leadership, and people caught in the crossfire included Capone's personal driver, who was found tortured and murdered, along with Capone's non-gangster friend, who owned a local restaurant.
In 1927, a second war was opened on Capone by a local gangster named Joe Aiello over a small insult that grew out of hand. Aiello created a confederation of Capone's enemies to take the boss down. On one occasion, he offered the chef at a restaurant Capone frequently ate at $10,000 to poison the Chicago boss. The chef refused, and he then alerted Capone to the plot, who retaliated by shooting up a bakery that belonged to his rival. That summer, Aiello offered $25,000 to anyone who murdered Capone. A number of hitmen tried and were killed for their troubles. The price was then raised to $50,000, and at least 10 men tried and died for their efforts. A Capone ally named Ralph Sheldon tried to take this offer, but his treachery was discovered by Frank Nitti and he was shot in front of a hotel on the west side. In November, Aiello decided to do things himself and assembled a small army of men with machine guns to wait outside of a cigar shop that Capone frequented so they could ambush him. When the boss learned of this, he alerted the police and the men were all arrested. He then sent his own men to wait outside at the police station to kill Aiello when he came out. This plan was abandoned when reporters began to show up so they could witness the hit as it unfolded. After this, tensions between the two cooled a little. Meanwhile, the war at the north side was still going on. Gradually, the leadership of this group was thinned out through assassinations, and in 1929, Bugs Moran was the last man standing that was in charge. Capone's men spied on Moran and his remaining associates to learn their daily habits. They seemed to always visit the same parking garage, so on February 14th, 1929, the group made their move. They disguised themselves as police officers and pretended to arrest the men. As they lined them up against the wall, they shot them all with machine guns. 7 men were killed, and the brazen ruthlessness of this event shocked the public and finally tarnished Capone's image. Also devastating was that Moran was not with the group that day, and now the conflict would continue, with Capone under greater public scrutiny. Meanwhile, Aiello still worked behind the scenes to have someone in Capone's organization betray him. Capone's bodyguard, Frank Rio, uncovered a plot where 3 of his men planned a defect. Capone is said to have brutally beaten the men with a baseball bat and then ordered them all to be shot. He then went all out to eliminate Aiello. He sent men to Buffalo and Rochester to hunt him down. In the end, Aiello was found to be laying low in Chicago. On October 23, 1930, he was ambushed and killed by an assassin wielding a machine gun as he walked from the building he was hiding in to a car. Events like this were extreme public displays of violence that disgusted many and gave the appearance that one of America's largest cities was corrupt and lawless. As the local police seemed unwilling or incapable of stopping him, the federal government, under the direction of President Herbert Hoover, stepped in. Capone now faced a 2-pronged attack from the national government, with the Justice Department after his bootlegging operations and the Treasury after him for tax evasion. On May 27, 1929, he made his first federal court appearance at Philadelphia, where he was charged with contempt of court because he faked an illness to avoid an earlier appearance. He pled guilty and was sentenced to 1 year at Eastern State Penitentiary in Pennsylvania. He was released after 9 months, and his brother Ralph ran the outfit in his absence. Following his release, pressure from law enforcement intensified, with multiple charges of perjury and vagrancy. The government was throwing anything at him in the hope that something would stick. In 1931, he was charged with over 5,000 violations of the Volstead Act, which meant that he was illegally selling alcohol on a large scale, along with tax evasion. He worked out a plea bargain with prosecutors for 2.5 years in prison, but the judge rejected it. Capone withdrew his guilty plea and they went to trial. On October 17th, he was found guilty and sentenced to 11 years in prison. Salvatore Maranzano was murdered on September 10th of that year. In the aftermath of this, the commission was formed and Capone was given a seat as the boss of Chicago. But due to his legal problems, he never got to sit in it. However, his successor, Frank Nitti, did. At the age of 33, Capone began his sentence in the Atlanta Penitentiary, where he was officially diagnosed with syphilis and gonorrhea. Capone's health deteriorated and he became withdrawn and mentally aloof. This made him a target for bullying by some of the prisoners, but other prisoners stepped in and protected him because of his reputation. There were accusations of special treatment, and in 1934 he was transferred to Alcatraz. On November 16, 1939, he was released from prison due to his failing health. He moved to his Palm Beach mansion in Florida and saw various doctors in the hope that they could cure him. But all they were able to do was to slow down his deterioration. A 1946 medical examination concluded that he now had the mental capacity of a 12-year-old. On January 21, 1947, he suffered from a stroke, and on the next day he had a heart attack. He died 4 days later, surrounded by his family, on January 25th. When Public Enemy No. 1 was locked up in 1931, the government figured that the Chicago outfit was dealt a crippling blow that would never recover from with its leader being taken out. Instead, Capone's underboss, Frank Nitti, took the reins. The outfit still operated, but was low-key, and if it used violence, it was never in public. 25 years later, the FBI was shocked when they discovered an underworld organization ruling Chicago that was led by former Capone lieutenants.